An antigen test positive with water from the tap.
Alors, pour vérifier la rumeur, nous avons posé des questions à un virologue.
Si vous mettez de l'eau, du coca, ce que vous voulez, sur le test, il n'est pas fait pour ça. Ça va modifier les paramètres du test, parce que c'est juste un test colorimétrique avec une oxydation. Donc si vous voulez, à ce moment-là, il est plus valable. L'eau, en tant que telle, peut contenir des fragments d'ARN du Covid. C'est possible, surtout les eaux usées. Mais dans l'eau du robinet, il n'y en a pas.
Donc, conclusion, les expériences avec de l'eau ne prouvent rien.
Si on utilise mal un autotest, on peut obtenir n'importe quel résultat. Et non, l'eau ne peut pas être positive au Covid-19.
C'était Info en Intox.
Avec les élèves de la seconde 5 du lycée Paul Valéry.
What do you think?
C'est représentatif de ce qu'on a fait.
Il y a un virologue, il y a des vidéos, il y a tout.
Moi, j'ai beaucoup aimé.
Was the research and the image analysis useful for you?
Ça nous a donné des outils pour contrer la fausse information.
Maintenant, j'ai posé plus de questions, essayer de voir si c'est vrai ou faux.
Je vais réfléchir sur l'information et je vais essayer de la traiter.
Merci à vous.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So a big thank you to the students here at the lycée Paul Valéry in Paris. We're hoping that you learn some good habits too. So when you come across some information online, remember, ask questions, check reliable sources, and maybe even do a reverse image search. We'll see you next time on Truth or Fake.
The war in Ukraine enters its second month. Western leaders hold a series of emergency meetings today in Brussels. NATO confirming it will send equipment to protect Ukrainians against chemical and biological attacks. Also this afternoon, the EU and the G7 holding emergency meetings. European leaders expected to discuss fresh sanctions and ways to wean the continent off Russian gas. Also coming up in this programme, we'll look at another humanitarian crisis in the world today, and that is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and the situation for women and girls there 7 months after the militants seized control. Good afternoon and welcome to the France 24 newsroom. I'm Nadia Massi. We start then with the news that the Russian war on Ukraine has now entered its second month, and today Western leaders are holding a series of emergency summits. The NATO summit has wrapped up today, and its chief Jens Stoltenberg spoke a short while ago. He said NATO countries have agreed to further support Ukraine. Crucially, they are to provide equipment to protect Ukrainians against possible chemical and biological attacks. Now, Stoltenberg also announced that more NATO troops are heading to the bloc's eastern flank. Have a listen.
Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defense. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland.
Well, in the room for that speech by Jens Stoltenberg was our reporter in Brussels, Dave Keating. I spoke to him just after we heard from Stoltenberg.
We got a little bit more specifics about what that actually entails, having tools that protect you from chemical weapons attacks, but he was still a bit shy about going into too many specifics. So he said these types of tools include decontamination equipment, medical equipment, so I guess the medicine that someone would need to take if they were exposed to a chemical attack. So it sounds like really supplies that would help treat people if they were affected by a chemical attack. But in terms of tools that would actually prevent or intercept a chemical weapons attack, he didn't really specifically say what that might be. He was asked about this during the press conference, and he said he didn't want to go into specifics on that. I have a feeling that that information will be coming out through the course of the day as allies talk about what was discussed there. But of course, they did not acquiesce to President Zelensky's 1% request for military aid or for an increase in military arms, although the Secretary General did point out that NATO countries have been providing Ukraine with anti-tank equipment, anti-missile equipment, anti-aircraft. So this is something that they have been doing for some time. They did pledge today to increase that type of aid. We don't have really kind of firm numbers in the statement that they've just released. So I think what this means on the ground is really going to depend on individual NATO member countries. Essentially, they have agreed in principle to continue funding arms to Ukraine, to step up the funding of arms to Ukraine. But in terms of what each country is going to do, that's going to be up to each country.
That's Dave Keating reporting for us from the NATO headquarters. Now, it's not just the NATO summit taking place today in Brussels. There's also a G7 summit and an EU one. Our Europe editor, Catherine Nicholson, is in Brussels for us today as well, and she's covering that EU summit. Catherine, this is an EU summit, as I say, but the US leader, Joe Biden, is attending. Is that unusual?
It is very unusual indeed. You're quite right, Nadia. Joe Biden following on from the NATO and G7 meetings and coming here to speak to just the 27 leaders of the EU's member states. Of course, not all of them are members of NATO. So there's an opportunity to get the neutral members of the European Union around the table with Joe Biden as well. The US president due to speak to them at around 4:30 p.m. local time here in Brussels. That's right at the start of the meeting, and as you say, it's a very unusual move. Another non-EU member who's going to be speaking to the leaders here, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. All this, of course, testament to how much this summit is dominated by Russia's war on Ukraine. The broad questions that the leaders are going to be asking each other is how to increase their support for Ukraine. They're all united in agreeing they want to increase support, and how much and in which means. So political support, financial support, material support, humanitarian support, and support to Ukrainian refugees and those who are hosting them. More discussions as well on the broader issues, including energy. The leaders of the EU's 27 member states agreed 2 weeks ago at an informal summit in Versailles that they do want to phase out their use of Russian oil, gas and coal. Today they're going to be looking into the details of how quickly and how much will that cost them and their citizens at a time, of course, when there is a cost of living crisis across the continent. As I said, this summit dominated by Ukraine, but it's not entirely about Ukraine. There are other issues on the table as well, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the European economy and EU foreign relations, particularly with China and Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Catherine, there's been some news out of the G7 summit today where we're hearing that that body is to sanction Russian gold. Should we expect any kind of similar measure from the EU today?
Well, it's hard to know what to expect in terms of sanctions. It's very mixed messages coming out depending which member state you're hearing from. As the leaders have been arriving here at the summit, they've been giving their short comments, doorsteps, as we call them here. And Mark Rutte, for example, the Dutch Prime Minister, said he doesn't expect there to be any firm decision on new sanctions. He was joined in that message by the Luxembourgish Prime Minister Xavier Bettel. When you look further east in the continent, though, it's a very different story. Poland, the Baltic states, which of course were formerly occupied by the Soviet Union, taking a much harsher line. They want more sanctions. They want Russian energy to be sanctioned, something that's very valuable, of course, to Russia, but of course would pose problems to EU member states as well. The French Europe Minister said earlier this week that if Russia is not showing signs of striving down a path towards peace, then there should be more sanctions, but he didn't go into more detail than that. Germany, even more hesitant still, saying that if there were to be sanctions on that valuable Russian energy sector, then they would have to be decided with great care and with great deliberation. My sense is that we're not going to get any big announcements about sanctions out of this summit, but of course there is a lot to discuss, and the summit spreading across 2 days.
Catherine Nicholson, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a look now at what's happening on the ground at the moment in Ukraine. Today, Ukrainian forces say they've nearly retaken the town of Irpin from Russian troops, but fierce fighting is ongoing there and civilians are getting caught in the crossfire. Now, our reporter Gwendolyn De Bono spent the day with a team of volunteer medics there. They are evacuating civilians despite heavy artillery fire. Here's her report.
Their yellow ambulance is synonymous with saviour for the inhabitants still stuck on the front lines. Taras is a doctor back in France. Of Ukrainian origin, he left Corsica, where he was practicing at the beginning of the war. He is always paired with Sergei, the driver. They go to look for civilians trapped in the city of Irpin, on the outskirts of the capital. The fighting has spread to the whole town.
We need to be picked up.
Don't worry, it's us. We'll take care of you just a second. We'll be right there.
The inhabitants are led back to safety. Their second trip brings their first problems.
We can't go near because there is crossfire in the forest. They're shooting. We can't go near.
Fighting breaks out in the vicinity. The Ukrainian forces want to push back the Russian artillery positions. They take cover and wait.
In 15-20 minutes, normally it passes. It calms down, and we can move forward to get the civilians.
Permission is given to leave. Sergei goes ahead. When he arrives in Irpin, he brings the children on board. Third call, some inhabitants are waiting for the ambulance. Suddenly, Russian troops send a mortar to the evacuation point. The first one throws Taras off balance. The civilians are in front of him. He wants them to come on board. A second mortar hits. Then a third. The inhabitants are waiting under cover. Ambulance drivers too. A fourth mortar hits. The fourth shell hits the house opposite the ambulance. Taras yells at the inhabitants to run to the ambulance.
Come on, I said, everybody sit down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Enough, you. It's okay. Put your bag down.
No one was hurt. When they get back to safety, They noticed the shrapnel marks on their unarmoured vehicle. Tomorrow, Sergei and Taras will do it all over again, going to rescue other men, women and children in their ambulance.
That was our reporter Gwendolyn de Bono, who's on the front lines in Irpin. Now, amid the war in Ukraine, other humanitarian crises around the world have perhaps fallen out of the news agenda. One of them is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and the impact it's having on women and girls there. It is an issue we at France 24 are trying to shine a light on today. So earlier this afternoon, I spoke to Mahbouba Seraj. She's a leading women's rights activist in Afghanistan. And I asked her about reports yesterday that teenage girls were being turned away from their schools and whether today the situation was any clearer. Here's what she told me.
Is the same kind of a confusion that it was, yesterday. That still continues. We still don't know why it was. I mean, the decision, we know why they had the decision made to open it. It was going on for 7 months, and we were all counting days. And then they say that the announcements were given and everything was fine. But suddenly a decision was made not to. And here we are, trying to actually see why it is so and how this is going to be done and how long is going to continue. So we are as clueless and as with no news like anybody else. Nobody has shared anything with us, really.
But as far as you're aware, currently, most teenage girls are unable to go to school. Is that correct?
I know that. Yes, absolutely. They are not. They haven't been able to. Some of them, they got there at 6:30 in the morning in their schools, and they were ready to start their classes. They were so enthusiastic. I mean, they had put all their hope and, their wishes for so long, for 100 and something days that they were counting days, most of them, to go to school. And that was kind of destroyed in a second when the announcement came that the schools are closed again. So
must be deeply frustrating for you as an advocate as well. I mean, the Taliban promising when they came to power in August last year that this would be a different Taliban to the Taliban of the 1990s. In the past 7 months, in the issue of education or perhaps in another area, have you seen any evidence of that?
Well, there is not much I can say about that. Honestly, things like this kind of a going back on their words and this kind of promising and not keeping their promises. The only thing it does, it just brings about such a huge mistrust amongst the people of this country towards the government that is actually ruling Afghanistan right now that I cannot tell you. So, whatever it is, whether they have changed or they haven't changed or whatever, I really, that is something that has to be proven, and from one of those proofs was supposed to be now with the schools, and that did not happen. So I don't know what kind of a change we're talking about. I mean, I'm thinking about Taliban 2.0. I mean, what does that mean really? Because they did exactly the same thing that they had done always, and they had done it for the first time they were here, and it kept 6 years not for them not to open schools. During 6 years, they didn't do it.
That was Mahbouba Seraj speaking to me a bit earlier today. And those are our top stories on the programme. Thanks for watching.
Presidential elections happen all over the world, but France has its own unique way of doing things.
Well, there's always some suspense about who's going to end up in the Élysée Palace. There are some very specific rules about getting there.
Join us for this French Connections Plus, where we take a closer look at the protocol governing the presidential election.
The French presidential race for dummies.
Here in France, the president is elected by direct universal suffrage, so directly by the people. There's no electoral college like there is in the States.
Voting in France is not mandatory the way it is, say, in Belgium, and it's relatively easy. You have to be a French citizen, at least 18 years old, not banned from voting for legal reasons, and you have to be registered to vote on an electoral list, usually where you live.
Just like most other elections in France, the French presidential election takes place in 2 rounds, usually 2 weeks apart, and voting always happens on a Sunday.
If no single candidate gets an absolute majority in round 1, so 50% of the vote plus 1 vote, then a second round is held between the 2 finalists, and whoever gets the majority becomes the president of France.
The 2-round system is seen as a safeguard of French democracy, a safety net to prevent demagogues and populists from sweeping to power.
And in French, there's actually an expression that in the first round, you vote with your heart for the candidate you really believe in, the candidate you want to make a statement with. But in the second round, you vote with your head for the candidate you find the most reasonable, or at least the least bad of the 2 candidates.
Here's a closer look at how Election Day voting actually works.
Like most democratic elections, voting is secret in France. In general, it's done using paper and manual counting. Mail-in voting is not allowed, but you can have someone cast your ballot for you. Voting in France is like a well-choreographed dance. You show up at your polling station. On a table are pre-printed ballots with the names of all the candidates and envelopes. Once your ID has been checked, you take at least 2 ballots into an isolation booth with a curtain called an isoloir. For your vote to count, you have to put just 1 ballot in the envelope. Nothing can be written on the paper, and the paper can't be damaged, otherwise your vote will be void. After election officials have verified your right to vote, you slip your envelope into the ballot box. Traditionally, one of the officials loudly says a ceremonial formula, à voter. It's official. You've accomplished your civic duty. Votes are counted as soon as the polling station closes, which can be 6, 7, or 8 p.m. depending on the location. Ballots are counted by volunteer voters in the presence of polling station officials as well as candidate representatives who have a right to observe the whole voting process. Same goes for regular voters. It's a system designed to be as transparent as possible.
If voting in France is strictly regulated, so is the presidential campaign, starting with campaign financing.
Well, running for president is very expensive. You have to hire a team, zigzag across the country, organize pricey campaign rallies. It really adds up.
It's nothing compared to the billions of dollars spent, for example, in the race to the White House. In France, campaign spending is regulated with strictly enforced spending caps.
Well, candidates can't splash out more than 16.8 million euros each in round 1, and those who make it to round 2 must not spend more than 22.5 million euros. Spending over these ceilings is simply illegal.
There's a financial incentive to following the guidelines as well. If they stay within the limits, the state reimburses part of their campaign spending.
But how much all depends on what percentage of the vote they get.
Candidates running for president have their eye on the top prize, of course, but also on the percentage of the vote they get. It's all about getting 5%. It can be costly and embarrassing if you don't. Candidates who obtain less than 5% of the vote in the first round get up to 800,000 euros back from the state. Those who make the 5% cut get up to 8 million euros. So there's a lot of pressure to reach that 5% threshold. As for candidates who make it to round 2, the state pays them back just under half of their campaign expenses, so about 10 million euros. This system grants politicians a certain amount of independence. They're not enslaved to special interest groups or super PACs as they are in the US. But they don't get all their money from the state. While big candidates rely heavily on contributions from their political party, smaller candidates often rely on an army of volunteers. Just listen to right-wing candidate Nicolas Dupont-Aignan when he was running the first time back in 2012.
Sans bénévoles, on ne pourrait pas fonctionner parce qu'on n'a pas les moyens financiers des autres. Donc, vous savez, quand on a moins d'argent, on est souvent beaucoup plus malin. Et quand on n'a pas d'argent, on a des idées.
On top of volunteers, smaller candidates also depend on donations from individuals, which are limited to 4,600 euros per person who can get a tax rebate. Nathalie Artaud is also running for the third time. During her first run in 2012, she spoke about the challenges of running as a smaller candidate.
Les partis ouvriers, c'est justement les partis qui ne peuvent pas compter sur les valises qui viennent d'Afrique ou sur les rétrocommissions. Non, pour tout ce qu'on fait, il faut avoir de l'argent. Eh bien, cet obstacle-là, on peut surmonter par l'engagement collectif.
Donations can also land candidates in hot water. Former President Nicolas Sarkozy is facing legal trouble over allegations he received money from the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi for his first run in 2007. Candidates can also borrow money, but that too can lead to trouble. Marine Le Pen, for instance, faced backlash after borrowing millions from banks in Russia. After the election, a national commission meticulously combs through the candidates' spending, and they can refuse to reimburse certain expenses. In 2017, the commission refused to pay back Marine Le Pen for bug spray following a visit to French Guiana, and Emmanuel Macron for a voice coach. It is taxpayer money, after all.
One thing political candidates don't have to spend a fortune on are commercials. That's because all political campaign ads, whether it's on radio, television, or just about any media, are banned.
Only a small number of statements by each candidate can be broadcast, but they have to follow strict rules when it comes to time and editing.
France has a very egalitarian view when it comes to candidates' access to mass media. By law, all candidates are given equal airtime on radio and television during the official campaign period, the 5 weeks before the first round.
If an anchor for a public or a private channel interviews a big candidate during prime time, well, they have to interview the smaller candidates during prime time for the same amount of time, even if they're only polling at about 1%.
Airwave time and exposure is carefully monitored and enforced by a special state audiovisual watchdog.
The institution in charge of policing presidential candidates' access to mass media is called the ARCOM, l'Autorité de régulation de la communication audiovisuelle et numérique, but people still tend to call it by its old acronym, le CSA. During the presidential campaign, it hires a group of people to basically watch TV around the clock and log the seconds each candidate talks, this is called temps de parole, speech time, and the seconds each candidate is talked about by, say, an anchor. This is called temps d'antenne, airtime. It's a very precise exercise.
Là, par exemple, c'était un journaliste qui s'exprimait pour parler de différents candidats, c'est donc du temps journalistique. Tout à l'heure, dans les cas de vérité, j'avais Nathalie Arthaud. Nathalie Arthaud, c'est donc du temps de parole, directement, puisque c'est elle qui parle en son nom en tant que candidate. Si c'était un soutien, d'ailleurs, ce serait également du temps de parole.
So how does it work if a president is running for re-election? When the president speaks as head of state about French, European, or international matters, it doesn't count. But when they're wearing their candidate cap, the clock is on. TV and radio stations keep their own tally and have to report it to the ARCOM. If they don't follow the rules, they can get slapped on the wrist or worse, face sanctions. Here at France 24, our sister French channel is obliged to follow this strict tally while we get a little bit more wiggle room on the English side. There are rules about broadcasting balance in many European countries. Why is the French system so particular? Well, some argue it has to do with the nature of the French presidency.
L'exception française est très simple. Elle tient au fait que la France est le seul pays européen où l'élection du président de la République au suffrage universel direct ait une telle importance. C'est véritablement le seul cas où le président est à la fois chef de l'État, chef de l'exécutif et, si possible, chef de la majorité. Donc il y a une exception politique avant une exception juridique, institutionnelle et donc une exception médiatique.
The highly egalitarian system has its critics, though, who say it weakens the political debate. They say with so many smaller candidates hogging airtime, important issues get watered down. Others say the system is archaic and out of touch with modern politics, so much of which happens online. Though members of the state watchdog have begged to differ.
Il y a, pour le suivi de la campagne, je pense, une forte attention de la part des citoyens français sur ce qui se passe à la télévision et à la radio. Bien sûr, ils regardent le net, ils s'amusent sur les réseaux sociaux, ils échangent, mais quand il s'agit de faire du sérieux, c'est à la télé et à la radio que ça se passe.
Moreover, defenders of the system say it guarantees political pluralism, which is one of the key ingredients of democracy.
Many of you had questions about the French election, like Ricky J. Mark, who wanted to know about the difference in impact between presidential polling in France as compared to the United States.
Well, just like we've seen in recent elections in the United States or even the Brexit referendum, polls aren't always indicative of the final result, and that is certainly a trend we've seen here in France. Keep in mind that in France, there is a period known as the silence électoral, the electoral silence, that starts at midnight the day before the election.
In that final run-up, polls or any kind of campaigning are completely banned. And the media is also banned from making any kind of prediction of a potential winner. And this until the last polling station closes at 8 p.m. on Election Day.
And that is when the result comes out. The idea is to give voters a silent moment of reflection while they make up their minds.
Next, Fuzzy Road wanted to know if running for president in France is any easier than running for office in America.
Hi, Fuzzy. Well, running for office is a marathon in any country, but it's arguably easier here in France because at just 5 weeks, the official campaign is relatively shorter and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg.
The system has its critics, though, who say its budget rules are outdated and its rules about the media are completely out of step with today's modern world where so much happens online.
But its defenders say that thanks to its egalitarian rules on spending and exposure, voters have access to a wide range of ideas and candidates, and all this ultimately leads to the rejuvenation of democracy.
Well, that wraps it up for today's show. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget you can tweet your own questions at Flo Vilmano or reach out on social media.
And we'll see you soon for another episode of French Connections Plus.
Special event.
Every 5 years, France 24 brings you coverage of the French presidential election. The question this year is, will President Macron be re-elected for another term? Or will he be beaten by one of the candidates determined to defeat him? France 24 will cover the electoral campaign, meeting the French people, the candidates and their supporters until the vote in April. Follow the French presidential election every day on France 24 and France24.com.
If you want to really understand what's going on in the world, you need to follow the money.
In People and Profit, we tackle the biggest stories in the global economy and break down why they matter to you.
From mega mergers to market crashes and those new business ideas that just could change the world.
In this economy, it's the show you can't afford to miss.
Join us every week for your essential business briefing.
People and Profit on France 24 and France24.com.
The war in Ukraine enters its second month. Western leaders hold a series of emergency meetings today in Brussels. NATO confirming it will send equipment to protect Ukrainians against chemical and biological attacks. Also this afternoon, the EU and the G7 holding emergency meetings. European leaders expected to discuss fresh sanctions and ways to wean the continent off Russian gas. Also coming up in this programme, we'll look at another humanitarian crisis in the world today, and that is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and the situation for women and girls there 7 months after the militants seized control. Good afternoon and welcome to the France 24 newsroom. I'm Nadia Massey. We start then with the news that the Russian war on Ukraine has now entered its second month, and today Western leaders are holding a series of emergency summits. The NATO summit has wrapped up today, and its chief Jens Stoltenberg spoke a short while ago. He said NATO countries have agreed to further support Ukraine. Crucially, they are to provide equipment to protect Ukrainians against possible chemical and biological attacks. Now, Stoltenberg also announced that more NATO troops are heading to the bloc's eastern flank. Have a listen.
Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defence. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland.
Well, in the room for that speech by Jens Stoltenberg was our reporter in Brussels, Dave Keating. I spoke to him just after we heard from Stoltenberg.
We got a little bit more specifics about what that actually entails, having tools that protect you from chemical weapons attacks, but he was still a bit shy about going into too many specifics. So he said these types of tools include decontamination equipment, medical equipment, so I guess the medicine that someone would need to take if they were exposed to a chemical attack. So it sounds like really supplies that would help treat people if they were affected by a chemical attack. But in terms of tools that would actually prevent or intercept a chemical weapons attack, he didn't really specifically say what that might be. He was asked about this during the press conference, and he said he didn't want to go into specifics on that. I have a feeling that that information will be coming out through the course of the day as allies talk about what was discussed there. But of course, they did not acquiesce to President Zelensky's 1% request for military aid or for an increase in military arms, although the Secretary General did point out that NATO countries have been providing Ukraine with anti-tank equipment, anti-missile equipment, anti-aircraft. So this is something that they have been doing for some time. They did pledge today to increase that type of aid. We don't have really kind of firm numbers in the statement that they've just released. So I think what this means on the ground is really going to depend on individual NATO member countries. Essentially, they have agreed in principle to continue funding arms to Ukraine, to step up the funding of arms to Ukraine. But in terms of what each country is going to do, that's going to be up to each country.
That's Dave Keating reporting for us from the NATO headquarters. Now, it's not just the NATO summit taking place today in Brussels. There's also a G7 summit and an EU one. Our Europe editor, Catherine Nicholson, is in Brussels for us today as well, and she's covering that EU summit. Catherine, this is an EU summit, as I say, but the US leader, Joe Biden, is attending. Is that unusual?
It is very unusual indeed. You're quite right, Nadia. Joe Biden following on from the NATO and G7 meetings and coming here to speak to just the 27 leaders of the EU's member states. Of course, not all of them are members of NATO, so there's an opportunity to get the neutral members of the European Union around the table with Joe Biden as well. The US president due to speak to them at around 4:30 p.m. local time here in Brussels. That's right at the start of the meeting, and as you say, it's a very unusual move. Another non-EU member who's going to be speaking to the leaders here, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. All this, of course, testament to how much this summit is dominated by Russia's war on Ukraine. The broad questions that the leaders are going to be asking each other is how to increase their support for Ukraine. They're all united in agreeing they want to increase support, and how much and in which means. So political logistical support, financial support, material support, humanitarian support and support to Ukrainian refugees and those who are hosting them. More discussions as well on the broader issues, including energy. The leaders of the EU's 27 member states agreed 2 weeks ago at an informal summit in Versailles that they do want to phase out their use of Russian oil, gas and coal. Today they're going to be looking into the details of how quickly and how much will that cost them and their citizens at a time, of course, when there is a cost of living crisis across the continent. As I said, this summit dominated by Ukraine, but it's not entirely about Ukraine. There are other issues on the table as well, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the European economy and EU foreign relations, particularly with China and Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Catherine, there's been some news out of the G7 summit today where we're hearing that that body is to sanction Russian gold. Should we expect any kind of similar measure from the EU today?
Well, it's hard to know what to expect in terms of sanctions. It's very mixed messages coming out depending which member state you're hearing from. As the leaders have been arriving here at the summit, they've been giving their short comments, doorsteps, as we call them here. And Mark Rutte, for example, the Dutch Prime Minister, said he doesn't expect there to be any firm decision on new sanctions. So he was joined in that message by the Luxembourgish Prime Minister Xavier Bettel. When you look further east in the continent, though, it's a very different story. Poland, the Baltic states, which of course were formerly occupied by the Soviet Union, taking a much harsher line. They want more sanctions. They want Russian energy to be sanctioned, something that's very valuable, of course, to Russia, but of course would pose problems to EU member states as well. The French Europe minister said earlier this week that if Russia is not showing signs of striving down a path towards peace, then there should be more sanctions, but he didn't go into more detail than that. Germany, even more hesitant still, saying that if there were to be sanctions on that valuable Russian energy sector, then they would have to be decided with great care and with great deliberation. My sense is that we're not going to get any big announcements about sanctions out of this summit, but of course there is a lot to discuss and the summit spreading across 2 days.
Catherine Nicholson, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a look now at what's happening on the ground at the moment in Ukraine. Today, Ukrainian forces say they've nearly retaken the town of Irpin from Russian troops, but fierce fighting is ongoing there and civilians are getting caught in the crossfire. Now, our reporter Gwendolyn De Bono spent the day with a team of volunteer medics there. They are evacuating civilians despite heavy artillery fire. Here's her report.
Their yellow ambulance is synonymous with saviour for the inhabitants still stuck on the front lines. Taras is a doctor back in France. Of Ukrainian origin, he left Corsica, where he was practicing at the beginning of the war. He is always paired with Sergei, the driver. They go to look for civilians trapped in the city of Irpin, on the outskirts of the capital. The fighting has spread to the whole town.
We need to be picked up.
Don't worry, it's us. We'll take care of you just a second. We'll be right there.
The inhabitants are led back to safety. Their second trip brings their first problems.
We can't go near because there is crossfire in the forest. They're shooting. We can't go near.
Fighting breaks out in the vicinity. The Ukrainian forces want to push back the Russian artillery positions. They take cover and wait.
In 15-20 minutes, normally it passes. It calms down, and we can move forward to get the civilians.
Permission is given to leave. Sergei goes ahead. When he arrives in Irpin, he brings the children on board. Third call, some inhabitants are waiting for the ambulance. Suddenly, Russian troops send a mortar to the evacuation point. The first one throws Taras off balance. The civilians are in front of him. He wants them to come on board. A second mortar hits. Then a third. The inhabitants are waiting under cover. Ambulance drivers too. A fourth mortar hits. The fourth shell hits the house opposite the ambulance. Taras yells at the inhabitants to run to the ambulance.
Come on, I said, everybody sit down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Enough, you. It's okay. Put your bag down.
No one was hurt. When they get back to safety, they notice the shrapnel marks on their unarmoured vehicle. Tomorrow, Sergei and Taras will do it all over again, going to rescue other men, women and children in their ambulance.
That was our reporter Gwendolyn de Bono, who's on the front lines in Irpin. Now, amid the war in Ukraine, other humanitarian crises around the world have perhaps fallen out of the news agenda. One of them is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and the impact it's having on women and girls there. It is an issue we at France 24 are trying to shine a light on today. So earlier this afternoon, I spoke to Mahbouba Seraj. She's a leading women's rights activist in Afghanistan. And I asked her about reports yesterday that teenage girls were being turned away from their schools and whether today the situation was any clearer. Here's what she told me.
Is the same kind of a confusion that it was, yesterday. That still continues. We still don't know why it was. I mean, the decision, we know why they had the decision made to open it. It was going on for 7 months, and we were all counting days. And then they say that the announcements were given and everything was fine. But suddenly a decision was made not to. And here we are, trying to actually see why it is so and how this is going to be done and how long is going to continue. So we are as clueless and as with no news like anybody else. Nobody has shared anything with us, really.
But as far as you're aware, currently, most teenage girls are unable to go to school. Is that correct?
I know that. Yes, absolutely. They are not. They haven't been able to. Some of them, they got there at 6:30 in the morning in their schools, and they were ready to start their classes. They were so enthusiastic. I mean, they had put all their hope and, their wishes for so long, for 100 and something days that they were counting days, most of them, to go to school. And that was kind of destroyed in a second when the announcement came that the schools are closed again. So
must be deeply frustrating for you as an advocate as well. I mean, the Taliban promising when they came to power in August last year that this would be a different Taliban to the Taliban of the 1990s. In the past 7 months, in the issue of education, or perhaps in another area, have you seen any evidence of that?
Well, there is not much I can say about that. Honestly, things like this kind of a going back on their words and this kind of a, promising and not keeping their promises. The only thing it does, it just brings about such a huge mistrust amongst the people of this country towards the government that is actually ruling Afghanistan right now that I cannot tell you. So, whatever it is, whether they have changed or they haven't changed or whatever, I really, that is something that has to be proven, and from one of those proofs was supposed to be now with the schools, and that did not happen. So I don't know what kind of a change we're talking about. I mean, I'm thinking about Taliban 2.0. I mean, what does that mean really? Because they did exactly the same thing that they had done always, and they had done it for the first time they were here, and it kept 6 years not for them not to open schools. During 6 years, they didn't do it.
That was Mahbouba Seraj speaking to me a bit earlier today. And those are our top stories on the programme. Thanks for watching.
From North to South Africa, from Bamako to Nairobi, from Accra to Mogadishu. Bringing you all the political, economic, cultural and social news from Africa for a better insight into an ever-changing continent.
Across Africa, presented by Georgia Calvin-Smith on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome to People and Profit. Today, a major economic issue in France's presidential election, the reform of the pension system, coming up. How does the French retirement system work now, and what do the candidates want to change? We'll look at the financial state of the current arrangements and discuss the impact of raising the retirement age. Plus, we'll hear from French pensioners about how they're making ends meet after leaving the workforce. Now, it's been a politically sensitive issue for years in France, how to overhaul the country's complex pension system. A major reform proposed by the current government stalled in 2020 due to the pandemic and after mass protests. But it's once again become an issue in the presidential campaign. In a moment, we'll talk about what the candidates are proposing. But first, let's hear from some French pensioners about how they manage their budgets.
It's time for a bit of afternoon bingo for this club of retirees. Some, like Thérèse, are happy with their pension. She gets around €2,000 per month.
I feel sorry for those who have to keep track of the smallest expense. It's not right.
Etienne and his wife, in contrast, have just €1,300 to live off per month.
We don't have much. No big meals. My son lives with us and helps out with the rent.
Alain was a market vendor and now struggles to make ends meet.
My pension is small. Shopkeepers, craftsmen and farmers, they all have next to nothing. And yet I paid a lot into my pension.
The 17 million retirees in France are paid on average €1,380 per month. This former secretary's pension is slightly below that average at €1,350. She says it's not enough. You're both wearing lots of layers.
Yes, it's cold. Sometimes I turn off the heating during the day. The cost of living is just too high. We have to tighten our belts.
She tracks every penny, and after she's covered all of her fixed costs, she's left with just €490.
It's hard at my age to still be pinching pennies. I would love to not have to keep track so much.
Both of them think the state pension age should be set at 60. How can we deal with the deficit?
There's money in this country, and it's not being spent on the poorest.
With the presidential campaign in its final stretch, pensions reform could swing undecided voters.
Kate Moody joins me now. Kate, first of all, can you remind us, how does the French pension system work currently?
Well, Stephen, at the moment there are 42 different pension schemes in France for different sectors or types of work. Rail workers, for example, are guaranteed different benefits than office staff. All workers pay into the public system with social security contributions. They're also enrolled in a supplementary plan depending on the sector they work in. Those funds are managed by a not-for-profit federation of unions and employers. The minimum age for retirement in France is 62, but to claim a full public pension, retirees need to have paid into the system for at least 42 years or else wait until they're 67. Pensioners are eligible for at least 85% of the monthly minimum wage. That's currently just over €1,000, or they can receive up to half their average salary from the 25 years in which they made the most money. There are a lot of exceptions, but that is the basic structure.
So what then are the candidates proposing to change about it?
Well, let's start with Emmanuel Macron. He wants to progressively push the minimum retirement age to 65 instead of 62, as well as create a universal points-based system and fix a monthly minimum of €1,100. Conservative Valérie Pécresse and far-right Éric Zemmour also want to raise the retirement age to 65 and 64, respectively. She's proposed linking the minimum pension payout to the national minimum wage, while he's focused on increasing the amount that a surviving spouse can claim from a deceased's pension to 75%. The other far-right candidate, Marine Le Pen, says people who entered the workforce before the age of 20 could retire as early as 60, later for those who were older when they started working. She's suggested linking pensions to the rate of inflation. On the other end of the political spectrum, the far-left Jean-Luc Mélenchon also wants to lower the retirement age to 60. He says no elderly person should live below the poverty line and that full pensions should be fixed at a minimum €1,400. The Green Party's Yannick Jadot and Socialist Anne Hidalgo would both keep the retirement age at its current 62. Their platforms each outline special benefits for those with harsh working conditions. There are a total of 12 candidates in the running, and each has pledged to make some changes to France's pension system.
OK, Kate Moody, thank you very much. Well, the public retirement funds here in France have been in deficit for years. The situation was made much worse during the pandemic, when the gap slumped to over €6 billion. As the economy bounced back, the deficit has shrunk dramatically too, but in 2021, the two basic funds for private sector workers still spent €2.6 billion more than they took in. Let's talk more now about this with Michael Zemmour, who's Assistant Professor of Economics at Panthéon-Sorbonne University here in Paris. You've also co-written a book on the French social protection system, and I should point out that you're not related to any candidates running in this election. Can I ask you, first of all, what sort of financial state is the French pension system currently in?
The French pension system is currently rather balanced. There is a small deficit, but it is rather small as compared to the amount of total pension paid. I have to precise that in France, we have a pay-as-you-go system, meaning that current contributions are paying current pension. It's not based on any funding system, as it can be the case in other countries.
Do you think then that the system is serving its purpose? If it only has a relatively small deficit, although we are talking about billions of euros, does it need change, or is it providing people with the right sort of protection?
I would say currently the pension level is quite good, meaning that pensioners have a comparable standard of living as other people in the population. Their income is lower, but given that they don't have children they have to care for, their standard of living is comparable. The real issue is what will it become in the future, because the number of pensioners will dramatically increase in the future, and then we have to make some decision whether, as it's known setup, pension will decrease importantly, or whether we will put more money in the system.
Of course, there's quite a lot of discussion about this in the election campaign at the moment as well. One of the things that is being discussed is changing the age at which people retire. What's the best strategy to take in that case?
I would say it's a political decision. It's true that in France, our minimum retirement age is 62, except for special case, which is rather low as compared to other countries. But on the other hand, health at work is rather worse in France than in other countries. And then we have different candidates pushing for higher age of retirement or lower. And this becomes a terribly political decision. On the one hand, Emmanuel Macron wants to reduce pension expenditure, and then he pushed for an age at 65. And on the other hand, several candidates on the left push for allowing retirement age around 60.
So is that affordable if you wanted to reduce the pension age? Is it inevitable, because people are living longer, that we have to raise that age?
Yeah, it is affordable. If you want to lower the age, you have to increase contribution or system revenue. And on the other hand, if you follow Emmanuel Macron's proposal, you will reduce actually the expenditure of the system. So it's not actually a reform to balance the system. It's rather a reform to reduce public expenditure or to push people to work more or longer. But it's not really about the balancing of the system.
One of the issues that raising that retirement age would mean people working longer. Older people in France tend to be unemployed at higher rates than the rest of the population. What can be done to address that?
I think probably this question should be addressed before any new pension reform. It's difficult to say, but probably to work on health at work and on training for workers at any age could improve the employment rate of senior. You have to keep in mind that in France, when people retire, 1 out of 2 is out of work for more than a year. So only 50% of people switch from employment to retirement. And one good objective would be to allow people to stay at work until the present retirement age of 62.
What role does inflation have in this debate? We've heard earlier in this programme from pensioners who say they're finding it hard to make ends meet as prices are going up. Should that influence what happens to the pension system?
In France, I would say pensioners tend to be protected from standard inflation, given their pension increase according to the price index. But it could be true that over time, the situation become more and more difficult.
Does making changes to the pension system need to be a priority for the next president?
I wouldn't say this is an emergency, because the system is rather reasonably balanced. But it is a good debate to have to give people a vision of what our pension system will be in the 30 next year. For now, if no reform is done, we know that people in 30 years will feel much poorer as a pensioner now. So this is a debate we should have and we don't have.
Okay, Michael Zemmour from the University Pantheon-Sorbonne, thank you very much for speaking to us. And that's all from us for now, but you'll find this and all of our previous programmes on our website and as a podcast wherever you usually listen. And do get in touch on social media with your comments and questions on the economic issues in the French election. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, the campaign on France 24 and France24.com.
The war in Ukraine enters its second month. Western leaders holding a series of emergency meetings today in Brussels. NATO confirming it will send equipment to Ukraine to protect against chemical and biological attacks. Also this afternoon, the EU and the G7 holding emergency meetings. European leaders expected to discuss fresh sanctions as well as ways to wean off Russian gas. And our reporter spends the day with volunteer medics in Irpin, evacuating civilians under heavy artillery fire. Those are the world news headlines this afternoon on France 24. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nadia Massi. And we are expecting to hear a little news very shortly from one of those many diplomatic events taking place today in Brussels. We're expecting to hear any moment now, we hope, from the French President Emmanuel Macron. Until we do, though, we can have a look at what else has been happening diplomatically today. The NATO summit took place a short while ago, also in Brussels. Its chief, Jens Stoltenberg, said NATO countries have now agreed to provide equipment to protect Ukrainians against chemical and biological attacks. Now, he also announced that more NATO troops are heading to the bloc's eastern flank. Take a listen.
Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defence. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland.
Well, at the NATO headquarters in Brussels is our correspondent Dave Keating, and I spoke to him just after Jens Stoltenberg finished his address.
We got a little bit more specifics about what that actually entails, having tools that protect you from chemical weapons attacks, but he was still a bit shy about going into too many specifics. So he said these types of tools include decontamination equipment, medical equipment, so I guess the medicine that someone would need to take if they were exposed to a chemical attack. So it sounds like really supplies that would help treat people if they were affected by a chemical attack. But in terms of tools that would actually prevent or intercept a chemical weapons attack, he didn't really specifically say what that might be. He was asked about this during the press conference, and he said he didn't want to go into specifics on that. I have a feeling that that information will be coming out through the course of the day as allies talk about what was discussed there. But of course, they did not acquiesce to President Zelensky's 1% request for military aid or for an increase in military arms, although the Secretary General did point out that NATO countries have been providing Ukraine with anti-tank equipment, anti-missile equipment, anti-aircraft. So this is something that they have been doing for some time. They did pledge today to increase that type of aid. We don't have really kind of firm numbers in the statement that they've just released. So I think what this means on the ground is really going to depend on individual NATO member countries. Essentially, they have agreed in principle to continue funding arms to Ukraine, to step up the funding of arms to Ukraine. But in terms of what each country is going to do, that's going to be up to each country.
That's Dave Keating reporting for us there from the NATO headquarters. Now, as I said, we're expecting to hear from the French President Emmanuel Macron any moment now. And until we do, I can bring in at this point our foreign editor, Armin Georgian. Armin, do we have any sense at this stage as to what we might expect from Emmanuel Macron? He is coming out of another key Western meeting today, and that's the G7.
Well, I suspect it will be very similar to what other Western leaders are saying about continued support to Ukraine. Of course, Macron is both representing a country that is a member of NATO and also currently chairing the rotating presidency of the European Union. So he's been at the forefront of coordinating sanctions with other EU leaders and also coordinating this military help with other NATO countries. He's also, though, a little bit different, Nadia, from other NATO leaders, I think, and EU leaders as well, in having these regular conversations with President Putin of Russia. That's something that, of course, has raised eyebrows among Eastern members of the alliance, in Poland, the Baltic states, to some extent, and obviously in Ukraine itself, but he's always maintained that, you know, his whole approach to world affairs, I think, for the last 5 years is that he believes it's very important to keep channels of communications open regularly to those who are certainly not, you know, geopolitical friends of France, but that it's important to keep talking. So he's had quite a number of conversations on the phone with President Putin in the last few weeks. And of course, we saw him doing that shuttle diplomacy to Moscow and Kiev just before the war began as well.
Armin, we're still waiting to hear from Macron. I'm being told we can move on in the meantime. Let's take a look at what else is happening in Brussels today. It's been a big day for diplomacy there. The EU summit is taking place this afternoon and tomorrow as well. And one of the key issues is whether and how Europe will wean itself off Russian gas. Taking a look at the options that are facing the bloc. Here's France 24's Catherine Viet.
Becoming less reliant on Russian energy. That's a major goal for the EU. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, gas and electricity prices have skyrocketed. To lower the bill and gain energy independence, the European Commission is considering joint purchases of gas, hydrogen, and oil, following a similar model to how the bloc purchased COVID-19 vaccines during the pandemic. France and Spain already support such a measure.
Guarantee the supply of energy, but also the evolution of gas and electricity prices. These are two elements for which I believe that the European Commission can, we hope, find a balanced answer, and which will allow every country to be able to respond depending on the seriousness of the situation relative to these aspects.
The bloc is also seeking to diversify suppliers, possibly purchasing more Algerian oil or Norwegian gas. Brussels, too, is keen to secure more energy commitments from the U.S.
I will discuss with President Biden how to prioritize LNG deliveries from the United States to the European Union in the coming months. We are aiming at having a commitment for additional supplies for the next 2 winters.
Currently, Russia supplies 40% of the gas imported by the EU and 46% of the coal. The European Commission president has warned that whatever policies are decided at the end of the summit, it will take time to wean Europe off of Russian gas. Ursula von der Leyen added the solution will have to come from expanding renewable energies.
It was Catherine Viet with that report for us there. Well, we can now, rather belatedly, cross to Brussels. The French leader, Emmanuel Macron, is just setting up to speak there. Let's listen in.
In just a few minutes, I wanted to tell you about the summit of NATO and the G7 that we've just held here with all of my colleagues, and to give you an update. 1 month after Russia invaded Ukraine, where do we stand? The Ukrainian people, led by their president, has resisted undermining Russia's plans for a very swift military victory. With our European partners, we've had a united and very firm stand, whereas Russia was also expecting a weak and divided response. We will continue to assist Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance with unprecedented means. There are more than 3.5 refugees now in Europe, and our determination has led us to implement unprecedented sanctions. And the Russian economy is now in default of payment, and our pressure will only increase in order, by all means possible, to reach a ceasefire and peace. These initiatives that we have launched will continue. Just a few minutes ago, the humanitarian resolution brought by France and Mexico was voted with a very large majority at the UN General Assembly, with 140 votes for, only 5 against, which shows how isolated Russia remains. Russia has taken historic responsibility in launching this war, and our strategy is to do our utmost to stop all escalation and to cease the conflict as quickly as possible through support to Ukraine, through sanctions, and through continued talks with President Putin to be able to find ways and means to come up with a negotiated solution. The NATO summit this morning allowed us to enact several elements. First of all, we unanimously agreed to reinforce support to Ukraine with defensive weapons, with equipment that it needs. President Zelensky spoke to us this morning, stating his needs very clearly. And our posture is the same, to continue to provide defensive and lethal weapons to Ukraine, with a red line, of course, which is to not be a co-belligerent. This is also why I will not go into detail. But with the German Chancellor and other Europeans, we have also insisted on the importance of continuing to negotiate. The second outcome of our summit is the necessity to prevent any escalation of the conflict and to never give any pretext to Russia to provoke an escalation. NATO made a choice, which is to support Ukraine to stop the war without going to war. Therefore, we've decided to intensify our ongoing work to prevent any escalation and to get organized in case there is an escalation. And lastly, we decided to pursue adapting our posture given this new situation in Ukraine and to adapt to those circumstances. And let me say that France is present. We are in full solidarity to ensure the safety of our allies in the north and in the south and in the eastern flank. The map that you have here clearly shows our current commitments, which have been strengthened over the past weeks. In Norway, an exercise that France is taking part in, we're a major contributor. We have 3,200 troops on the ground. So a strong commitment, and I would like to repeat how sorry I am and my condolences for the American losses during this exercise. In Estonia, we have decided to maintain and even to reinforce our presence. We have about 350 troops with missions that were also strengthened. We've increased our troops on the ground and also in the air. France is taking part in these missions in policing the skies for our Baltic friends. Above Poland and in southeast of the alliance, we've also strengthened our presence. As you can see, we decided to contribute to air forces in Poland, and then in the south, our willingness to contribute air support and to increase our capacity in Romania and Bulgaria to be able to deploy all necessary means. Also, surveillance in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the choice that I announced at the beginning of the year to the European Parliament to be able to commit to the NRF 550 French troops with the contribution of several other member states and in Romania, which will certainly be strengthened with the help of Belgium and the Netherlands. As you can see, from the north to the south, France is a very concrete contributor to this alliance and to the strategic rearmament of Europe, which I called for before the European Parliament. All of this shows the coherence of our actions. We need a strong Europe of defense. We need to take our responsibilities We have to show that Europe is a true component of NATO and not a substitute nor competition. And I believe that we have lent credibility to this message over the past few weeks. We've also been working over the past weeks, and we'll be continuing later to work on the strategic compass, which will also allow us to establish a joint position with NATO at the Madrid summit to draw the consequences of the exercises we launched at the end of 2019. I believe it's important that we reorganize our strategic efforts and review our contribution within the alliance. And all of this is maturing at a time when we are all being tested. And I believe that in response to this test and the war launched in Ukraine is the response we are currently providing. The G7 summit completed this response in other ways. First of all, in terms of sanctions, we have very tight coordination. And these sanctions were implemented very quickly. There were 4 types of sanctions from the very second day from the launch of the conflict, and we have constantly responded as Europeans. And those 4 series of sanctions were perfectly coordinated, and we decided on a mechanism within the G7 to continue those sanctions and to monitor them to ensure they are fully implemented to prevent any differences between members, which would weaken the group's coherence, and also to measure, to pool our lists of oligarchs, to work together with our ministries of defense and finance, to implement these decisions, and then, of course, to prepare future decisions if necessary, and we are fully ready to tighten sanctions whenever necessary. We have also collectively decided to mobilize friendly powers who are not necessarily part of the G7, members of the European Union or members of NATO, to limit the strategies in assisting Russia in overcoming these sanctions. Currently, the sanctions are having an impact. I recently mentioned the financial difficulties of Russia, so the impact is tangible, and we must continue to have a dissuasive effect. We've also established a calendar for solidarity, because there is an asymmetry in the consequences of the war on the members of the G7 and of NATO, and this requires solidarity. First of all, in managing the refugee crisis. Europe, logically, due to its geography, is the main contributor. There are between 6.5 and 7 million displaced Ukrainians currently. 3.5 Ukrainians are now in Europe. This is one of the most difficult challenges that Europe has had to face since the end of the Second World War. And my heart goes out to the countries which are being heavily impacted because they neighbor Ukraine. And of course, we must have solidarity to other countries who are not members of the G7 or the European Union, such as Moldova. So we have already begun implementing strategies to resettle refugees. France has already carried out actions in that direction. What we have asked of our partners in G7 is to show solidarity and working with Europe and continentals, the British, the Canadians, etc., to help us through the UNHCR to be able to share this burden. And this is also what will allow us to fight effectively against all forms of human trafficking and to protect families, women and children who are currently in a very vulnerable situation. There is also solidarity in terms of energy. Europe, and this is also a natural characteristic of our geography, Europe is the main purchaser of fossil fuels because we are not producers. So we depend on gas and coal from Russia, as well as oil. So we have to keep prices down for our consumers. We'll come back to that later at the European Council. But we also have to diversify our sources. We have to reduce our purchases from Russia. We have to reduce our dependence on Russian gas and oil. This means diversifying our supplies in consultation with the other members of the G7. Some members can increase their production of hydrocarbons. We can also implement strategies for diversification, with the special role being played by the United States and Canada, because in fossil fuels they can make an important contribution. So we would like to reinforce cooperation to reduce our dependency. This is extremely important, and all this is in complementarity of pulling out of fossil fuels, which is our main choice, and fully coherent with our climate strategy. However, we do know that all of this takes time, and in the meantime, we have to diversify our energy sources. This is where cooperation is so essential within the G7. And lastly, and I would like to insist on this, this is food solidarity. I've said this on several occasions. Ukraine, just as Russia, are major producers of cereals. And currently, we're feeling impacts in Europe. There is tension on prices and in several sectors, which has led France and Europe to implement resilience plans to assist our farmers who rely on oil cakes from Ukraine to feed their cattle. So we are currently shoring up our stocks. But we all have to face an increase in prices. Above all, we are entering a food crisis without precedent. Other countries in the Middle East, in Africa, are dependent on this to feed their populations. So dependent on what is currently being produced in Ukraine and Russia. The choices that were made by Russia, which are absolutely terrible, and which is the direct, so this is the direct consequence of the choices of Russia, which mean that countries such as Egypt and also in Northern Africa, in the Middle East, are now having difficulty finding enough supplies in cereals and in wheat. 85% of Egypt's imports are from Ukraine and Russia. In the short term, there will be difficulties in these countries. In addition, the war in Ukraine has made it impossible, because of Russia, to improve the situation. So we will be in a very serious crisis within 12 to 18 months. Food crisis, a very serious humanitarian crisis in many countries, and massive political consequences in many of the countries I mentioned. We cannot remain powerless. We must react through the actions we are carrying out, in the exchanges as well that I have with President Putin, where I call upon him to implement a ceasefire immediately, to allow for the possibility of people to continue sowing their fields. But above and beyond a ceasefire, Russia must not cause a famine. But we must also build the future by allowing our own producers to increase their yield. And in the name of France, and as President of the European Council for these 6 months, at European level and in coordination with the African Union, and I've just spoken with Macky Sall, current chair, at the time of the health crisis with the ACTA initiative, the initiative we would like to launch now with Chair Macky Sall, called Food and Agriculture Resilience Mission Farm, will allow us to immediately organize with the countries concerned, with the private sector, to overcome these difficulties, to ease tensions on commodities markets, to release stores in case of shortages. Several countries are continuing to increase their stores, but those have to be freed as quickly as possible. We also need a multilateral commitment to not make the situation worse. So we need to do what we did when we were faced with the health crisis 2 years ago. So we have to have transparency around agricultural markets using the information systems we have available. This first trade pillar will be organized very closely with the World Trade Organization. A second pillar of solidarity is to prepare for the effects of war this summer, with coordinated efforts by producer countries, increasing yields whenever possible without having any impact on sustainability, to ensure that those who are most vulnerable can have access to the resources they need at a reasonable price. This means, very concretely, for us, as Europeans, that we must produce more while respecting our rules, our standards, ensuring we respect the climate and biodiversity. But we have to contribute to these efforts of solidarity. And the third pillar in favor of production in the countries most hard hit by increasing investment in sustainable food production and sustainable value chains, by intensifying these operations to allow countries who depend most on imports from Ukraine and Russia to produce more locally. And this is coherent with what we launched in January 2021 with, as you must remember, the initiative of the Great Green Wall, with the initiatives on vegetable protein, which was accelerated under French presidency, for agricultural development and to reduce deforestation in the countries along the Gulf of Guinea all the way to the Horn of Africa, allowing them to produce more locally. And that's an initiative that I wanted to present here. I talked about it during the G7 meeting to colleagues who are all producing countries, and I think we have to be exemplary in terms of our capacity to produce more. And within the European Council meeting, I will come back to this. And we will do more as well in the framework of the G20, hand in hand with the African Union and all of the countries most heavily impacted. Those are the elements I wanted to talk about here in the context. And I also wanted to announce the French initiative for food security. Camille Collin, TF1. I have a question on French companies working in Russia. We've seen that Renault has suspended their activities.
You've been listening there to the French President Emmanuel Macron speaking live in Brussels, talking about a range of issues there related to Ukraine in the aftermath of both that NATO summit today and also the G7 summit. He said the West has made a decision to extend its support for Ukraine, but does not want to give Russia a pretext to widen the war. Well, listening to that with me was our foreign editor, Armin Georgian, who's with me now. And Armin, as I said, the French president's talking about a range of issues there. What do you think his key point was?
Well, I think the general sort of gist of it was how closely coordinated all the various policies are in these different international fora. So in the EU, in NATO and in the G7. There's coordination between members of all those organizations and between the organizations as well. So to give you some examples, he talked about how the G7 and the EU has been coordinating its response. And, of course, when it comes to military issues, he kind of, I think, implicitly drew links between the NATO response and what he wants to do in EU defence matters, saying that EU defence should not be a substitute for NATO, but he believes that the current crisis has given a new impetus to this idea of EU defence, which should be complementary to NATO. He also mentioned that he, is continuing to speak personally to President Putin, where he's been insisting on humanitarian access and relief for the civilian population, which, by the way, was the object of a vote in the UN General Assembly, with 140 nations voting in favour of aid access and only 5 opposing that motion. And also he of course, has been insisting in these conversations with President Putin on securing Ukraine's nuclear sites as well. That's been one of the main sort of planks of his contacts with the Russian president as well.
Now, what about this question of Russian energy and Europe's dependence on it? To what extent do you think we got any clues from Macron today that he is interested in trying to wean perhaps France, perhaps all of Europe, off Russian gas?
Well, he's clearly taking a kind of middle-of-the-road approach. He's not on the side of those EU members that want an all-out energy embargo on Russia now. There are some countries that are physically closer to Russia that have been calling for that kind of embargo. France is not one of them. So Macron said today in these remarks just now that that Europe has to do 2 things. It has to diversify its energy resources, but it also has to keep energy prices down, which is really a code for saying no energy embargo on Russia, Nadia, because if there were to be an energy embargo right now, those prices would shoot up. And he's saying, no, we have to keep prices down. So for him, clearly, it's a longer-term quest to diversify to liquefied natural gas, other sources. That obviously doesn't happen overnight, but I think what was quite interesting, he put a lot of emphasis on the food crisis, which he said was going to be very much in evidence in the next 12 to 18 months. And that is for him also a key incentive to try and prevent this war from escalating even further, because obviously then we would have a catastrophic impact on food prices, including in Africa, which he talked about a lot in these remarks. And of course, France is a country which has a lot of links with African nations. So that is an area of prime concern for Macron.
Armin Georgian, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's stay with this story now, because the French car giant Renault announced yesterday it was suspending its operations in Moscow after being singled out for criticism by Volodymyr Zelensky for continuing to run a factory in the Russian capital. Now, the company's shares fell in early trading this morning. With more details, here's France 24's Kamina Delig.
This bustling production line has now ground to a halt. Renault's factory in Russia suspended operations on Wednesday. It had been business as usual at the plant for weeks into the war, but the French car maker finally buckled under public pressure. Not least from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who mentioned the firm by name in an address to French members of parliament.
French companies must leave the Russian market. Renault, Auchan, Leroy Merlin and others. They must cease to be sponsors of Russia's military machine, sponsors of the killing of children and women, sponsors of rape, robbery and looting by the Russian army.
The French firm has not yet made a decision on its joint venture with major Russian car maker Avtovaz. The venture employs some 45,000 people. The stakes are high for Renault. Russia is its second biggest market after France, and the firm has seen profits fall in recent years.
Well, let's take a look now at what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces say they've nearly retaken the town of Irpin from Russian troops, but fierce fighting is ongoing in the area, and civilians are still getting caught in the crossfire. Now, our reporter Gwendolyn de Bono spent the day with a team of volunteer medics who are evacuating civilians there despite the heavy artillery fire. Here's her report.
Their yellow ambulance is synonymous with saviour for the inhabitants still stuck on the front lines. Taras is a doctor back in France. Of Ukrainian origin, he left Corsica, where he was practicing at the beginning of the war. He is always paired with Sergei, the driver. They go to look for civilians trapped in the city of Irpin, on the outskirts of the capital. The fighting has spread to the whole town.
We need to be picked up.
Don't worry, it's us. We'll take care of you just a second. We'll be right there.
The inhabitants are led back to safety. Their second trip brings their first problems.
We can't go near because there is crossfire in the forest. They're shooting. We can't go near.
Fighting breaks out in the vicinity. The Ukrainian forces want to push back the Russian artillery positions. They take cover and wait.
In 15-20 minutes, normally it passes. It calms down, and we can move forward to get the civilians.
Permission is given to leave. Sergei goes ahead. When he arrives in Irpin, he brings the children on board. Third call, some inhabitants are waiting for the ambulance. Suddenly, Russian troops send a mortar to the evacuation point. The first one throws Taras off balance. The civilians are in front of him. He wants them to come on board. A second mortar hits. Then a third. The inhabitants are waiting under cover. Ambulance drivers too. A fourth mortar hits. The fourth shell hits the house opposite the ambulance. Taras yells at the inhabitants to run to the ambulance.
Come on, I said, everybody sit down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Enough, you. It's okay. Put your bag down.
No one was hurt. When they get back to safety, they notice the shrapnel marks on their unarmoured vehicle. Tomorrow, Sergei and Taras will do it all over again, going to rescue other men, women and children in their ambulance.
Yeah, that report filed there from Gwendolyn de Bono in Irpin. Now, meanwhile, the southern port city of Odessa is a key target for Russia. Seizing the city would cut Ukraine off from the sea. Now, Odessa has been hit by sporadic bombardments so far in this war, but not a full frontal Russian assault. The city's mayor, though, said that could begin in the next few days. He's spoken to France 24.
We're not expecting an immediate assault, but it could happen in the next 2, 3 or 4 days. It all depends on the successes and failures of Russian troops in Voznesensk and Mykolaiv. The municipality is making preparations to secure the population in case Russia attacks. We set up shelters, stocked up on medicine, on food, and got hospitals ready. Everything is set to provide humanitarian aid as soon as it's needed.
We can move on now, bring you some other world news on the programme, because North Korea has conducted what is thought to be its largest intercontinental ballistic missile test. This is according to both South Korea and Japan. Pyongyang has launched nearly a dozen weapons tests this year alone, but this does appear to be its most powerful. The United States condemned the test firing and urged the world to hold Pyongyang responsible for violating UN Security Council resolutions. Now, amid the war in Ukraine, other humanitarian crises have perhaps fallen out of the news headlines in recent weeks. One of them is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and the impact it's having on women and girls there. It is an issue we at France 24 are trying to shine a light on today. And earlier this afternoon, I spoke to Mahbouba Seraj. She's a leading women's rights activist in the country. I asked her about these reports that teenage girls in Afghanistan yesterday were turned away from their schools and whether or not the situation was any clearer today.
Is the same kind of a confusion that it was, yesterday. That still continues. We still don't know why it was. I mean, the decision, we know why they had the decision made to open it. It was going on for 7 months, and we were all counting days. And then they say, then the announcements were given and everything was fine. But suddenly a decision was made not to. And here we are, trying to actually see why it is so and how this is going to be done and how long is going to continue. So we are as clueless and as with no news like anybody else. Nobody has shared anything with us, really.
But as far as you're aware, currently, most teenage girls are unable to go to school. Is that correct?
I know that. Yes, absolutely. They are not. They haven't been able to. Some of them, they got there at 6:30 in the morning in their schools, and they were ready to start their classes. They were so enthusiastic. I mean, they had put all their hope and, their wishes for so long, for 100 and something days that they were counting days, most of them, to go to school. And that was kind of destroyed in a second when the announcement came that the schools are closed again. So that's it.
Must be deeply frustrating for you as an advocate as well. I mean, the Taliban promising when they came to power in August last year that this would be a different Taliban to the Taliban of the 1990s. In the past 7 months, in the issue of education, or perhaps in another area, have you seen any evidence of that?
Well, there is not much I can say about that, honestly. Things like this kind of a going back on their words and this kind of a, promising and not keeping their promises. The only thing it does, it just brings about such a huge mistrust amongst the people of this country towards the government that is actually ruling Afghanistan right now that I cannot tell you. So, whatever it is, whether they have changed or they haven't changed or whatever, I really, that is something that has to be proven, and from one of those proofs was supposed to be now with the schools, and that did not happen. So I don't know what kind of a change we're talking about. I mean, I'm thinking about Taliban 2.0. I mean, what does that mean really? Because they did exactly the same thing that they had done always, and they had done it for the first time they were here, and it kept 6 years not for them not to open schools. During 6 years, they didn't do it.
That was Mahbouba Seraj speaking to me a bit earlier today. Now, the Jamaican Prime Minister has told Britain's Prince William and his wife Kate that his country wants to be fully independent. The royal couple are in Jamaica as part of a week-long tour of former British colonies in the Caribbean. Now, there they face questions this week over reparations and the legacy of the British Empire. Catherine Viette has the story.
Stopping short of an apology, Prince William expressed his sorrow for the evils of slavery.
I strongly agree with my father, the Prince of Wales, who said in Barbados last year that the appalling atrocity of slavery forever stains our history. I want to express my profound sorrow. Slavery was abhorrent, and it should never have happened.
William and his wife Kate are in Jamaica as part of their week-long tour of former British Caribbean colonies. While the royal couple has met sports stars and visited hospitals, their trip has sparked protests over Britain's colonial-era role in the slave trade. Activists are demanding reparations for slavery.
60 years of independence. We have not forgotten
button, and we demand an apology and reparations.
On Wednesday, Jamaica's Prime Minister told William and Kate that the country is seeking to become a republic.
Jamaica is, as you would see, a country that is very proud of our history, very proud of what we have achieved, and we are moving on. And we intend to fulfill our true ambitions and destiny as an independent, developed, prosperous country.
Since gaining its independence, Jamaica has remained part of the British Commonwealth, with Queen Elizabeth as head of state. Should Jamaica decide to sever ties with the monarchy, it would become only the second Caribbean nation to do so. Barbados formally declared itself a republic in November at a ceremony attended by Prince Charles.
And those are our top stories this hour on France 24. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us here.
Welcome to Across Africa, our weekly look at stories from across the continent. I'm Georgia Calvin-Smith, and this week, Burundi's banned commercial motorcycle taxis and bicycle cabs in its biggest city. Authorities say that they're too dangerous for Bujumbura's roads, but locals face a struggle moving through the city centre. Also, cannabis to go. Uganda's only licensed cannabis farm grows only for export, as use of its crop is still illegal in the country. There are calls, though, for more permits to be granted to smaller scale growers. And orphaned and injured primates are nursed back to health in eastern DR Congo. Many bear the physical and psychological scars of often brutal encounters with poachers. But first, rickshaws, motorcycle taxis and bicycle cabs have been banned in Burundi's biggest city. Authorities say that they're too dangerous for Bujumbura's roads, but drivers say that it'll put thousands out of work.
Long queues formed outside this Bujumbura bus stop as hundreds of Burundians desperately tried to catch a ride to work after a citywide ban on rickshaws, motorcycle taxis and bicycle cabs came into effect on Monday. In the economic capital, where these vehicles represented the main mode of transportation, drivers were left scratching their heads at the decision to take away their livelihoods.
This news has really upset us as we drive these vehicles to make a living. They were helping us feed our families.
Burundi's interior minister last month accused rickshaws and motorcycles of being responsible for a majority of fatal traffic accidents. Shortly after, the government announced plans to ban these vehicles, as well as privately owned bicycles and scooters from Bujumbura's city center. The unpopular measure is likely to cause traffic congestion in a city where public transportation is lacking, yet authorities appeared determined to enforce the new law.
I don't see the point of contesting this. There is nothing I can do. A lot of people will suffer, but we cannot change anything.
The new measure will leave an estimated 20,000 rickshaws and motorcycle taxis out of commission, potentially impacting the daily commute of over 600,000 Burundians.
Severe droughts in East Africa and the worsening effects of climate change are moving the continent further away from water security. Scientists and policymakers discussed challenges at the World Water Forum, which was held in Africa for the first time. The conversations at Dakar highlighted the importance of investment in communities' access to water. Infrastructure can make all the difference. In Cape Town, dozens of neighbourhoods, many in townships, face acute shortages. Shirley Sitman tells us more.
These Cape Town residents never thought they would have to walk around their neighborhood searching for water. But that is what they have been doing since their own taps have turned dry.
We've got no choice but to wake up in the morning and try to fill your buckets as much as you can.
They have faced water shortages before, like 4 years ago during the historic drought. This is what water reservoirs looked like at the time. Now, the same reservoirs are full. Yet some areas have little access to water.
It is actually worse. It is worse now
because we knew at that time that we're sitting with a problem here, with a water problem. But it is actually worse than that, because we do have water and we know that.
In the past 25 years, Cape Town's population has doubled, but not the volume of the city's reservoirs. Water pipes and infrastructures are also reportedly in a bad state. But the official in charge of water distribution said the city is not to blame.
During the period of COVID-19, at least 70 new illegal informal settlements had been erected across our city. And the city then is expected to provide basic services to those settlements, which is difficult to do.
Those settlements are in part due to COVID. People who have lost their jobs and homes under lockdown built shacks in unauthorized areas. The crisis, though, goes far beyond those settlements. Some 30 neighborhoods have little running water.
Uganda's first cannabis farm opened in 2018, and it's just expanded into supplying the European market. Yet growing or consuming cannabis is illegal in Uganda. Only one company has been granted a farming permit so far. Its export crop is only for medicinal use, and some are calling for smaller-scale farmers to be given a look into the lucrative industry. Our correspondent reports.
This is the only Ugandan farm licensed to produce medical cannabis. Here, hundreds of the plant species grow on a 30,000 square meter area in a highly controlled environment.
We will invest in the next 3 weeks, and this will be particularly going to Israel as well.
The project started after an Israeli and Ugandan partner teamed up to form the company Industrial Globus, through which they began business in 2018. The founders say that the conditions in Uganda were favorable.
Uganda being high altitude, but also at the same time at the equator. No winter, no freezing. There is no prolonged sun. So you basically have the right ingredients for this particular crop. A well-qualified human resource, well-trained, skilled, and cheap.
More than 100 employees from the region work here. For Anna, who studied agriculture in Kampala, it was her first job.
See other people I work with, they were just at home seated. So when this company came into Uganda, they got an opportunity to work with us here. They have got good homes, they have got projects from the earnings they are getting from this farm.
To this day, the planting and consumption of cannabis remains illegal for other companies and individuals. Experts question this monopoly.
We've handled about 25 applications of local and international firms that would want to have licenses to commercially produce, research, and grow marijuana. Unfortunately, none of them has been licensed yet. And if Uganda wants to achieve middle-income status economy, marijuana legalization for smallholder farmers and distribution across the value chain is the way to go.
The Industrial Globus Group exports up to 5 tons of cannabis a year, and the numbers could go even higher as demand in Europe and North America grows by the year.
Now, the climate and soil of Eswatini makes it ripe for chili cultivation. One Colombian woman seized an opportunity to turn up the entrepreneurial heat by setting up a company that makes hot sauces. Her products are now exported around the world. Our team tells us more.
Claudia Castellanos has fallen in love with the small mountainous kingdom of Eswatini. She left her native Colombia for good to start marketing chili sauce here in 2010. She supplies work to more than 60 farmers, 80% of whom are women.
It is still a very patriarchal society, but I realized very early on that women are the pillars of society.
Chilies grow well here and sell at a healthy market price.
Guess what? I help the needy. I bought myself a new Henke stove. Yes, out of this.
Claudia also relies on the support of a local NGO that trains her producers in permaculture techniques. They're encouraging the wider use of organic farming.
There's sort of a perception that organic produce is for a certain class of people, but that's also kind of driven by the cost of it, the retail cost of it. So if we had more organic producers, then the prices would be more affordable, making it more appealing to everyone.
The peppers are also bottled locally. Claudia has about 20 employees. Here, all the sauces are made by hand. Production has almost doubled in just 2 years, but staying true to her artisanal roots is still a priority for Claudia.
I think a lot of people in the world want to know what they're eating, where the products come from, and who makes them. So I think this part of Black Mamba will never change, even if we have to mechanize some processes to be able to grow.
Global sales of organic products in Africa has increased 5-fold in the past 20 years and are expected to grow much more.
Endangered gorillas, chimpanzees and other apes are being given some TLC in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Staff take in wounded animals, many of whom have been rescued from poachers, and nurse the traumatized primates back to health.
The Kahuzi-Biega National Park in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo stretches over 6,000 square kilometers. 250 eastern lowland gorillas live among its forests and grasslands. The park is home to the largest known population of the primate, now classified as critical.
Welcome back. France 24's live coverage of the war in Ukraine continues. It's a triple summit day in Brussels. The UK Prime Minister speaking after NATO leaders met.
The heroism of Ukraine has changed. The heroism of Ukraine has changed the geopolitics of Europe. Vladimir Putin has badly miscalculated, and I believe he knows it. But now that Putin's plan A has foundered, he's already escalating by intensifying his attacks on civilians. Maternity wards, schools and homes have been bombed without any regard for civilian life. Families are being starved out in freezing basement shelters and targeted as they flee. The United Kingdom and our allies in NATO and the G7 here today are clear. We will not stand by while Putin vents his fury on Ukraine. I've rarely seen our nations more united in recent years than we are now. Putin's failure in Ukraine is vital for the peace and prosperity of all of us, and his barbaric invasion has galvanized the international community into collective action. We will work with like-minded allies to ramp up lethal aid to Ukraine at scale, providing kit to President Zelensky in the quantity and with the quality that he needs to defend his country from its bullying neighbour. Today, I've announced that we in the UK will send an additional 6,000 missiles and provide £25 million in unrestricted funding for Ukraine's armed forces, more than doubling the lethal aid we've provided to date. We're bolstering our support for the NATO countries on the front line, sending a new deployment of UK troops to Bulgaria on top of doubling our troops both in Poland and in Estonia. This is just the beginning. We must support a free and democratic Ukraine in the long term. This is a fellow European democracy fighting a war of national defence. NATO and G7 leaders were also united today in our determination to continue turning the screws on the Kremlin's war machine, including by weaning ourselves off Russian oil and gas and reshaping global energy security. The UK has already hit over 1,000 Russian individuals and entities in our toughest ever sanctions, and the Foreign Secretary has announced 65 new sanctions against Russian banks, weapons manufacturers and oligarchs just this morning. I also discussed the humanitarian response with our allies and partners today as we continue to see huge numbers of Ukrainians flee their homes. And the message that President Putin can take from today's extraordinary meeting of NATO and the G7 is this: Ukraine is not alone. We stand with the people of Kiev, of Mariupol, of Lviv and Donetsk. And as President Zelensky has said himself, the people of Ukraine will prevail, and Putin must fail, and he will fail. Thank you all very much, and I'm going to take a few questions from as many of you as I can, though we have to rush for a plane. Let's go to Nick Beak of the BBC. Nick.
Prime Minister, thanks very much. You say that you're sending to Ukraine. Thank you, Prime Minister. You say that you're sending the quality and quantity of weapons that Ukraine deserves and needs, but it was clear from what President Zelensky was saying to you and other world leaders that he would like more. So first of all, are you comfortable with the level of weapons you're sending collectively? And secondly, how uncomfortable does it make you feel that by rolling out a no-fly zone, by ruling out NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine, and by refusing to give any sort of indication of red lines, that really the only end to this is when President Putin decides he's had enough?
Thanks very much, Nick. And you're right to put your finger on the agony that everybody feels in this group, all Western countries, the whole of NATO, the G7, about our inability to do more to help given the constraints we face. And I think it's fair to say that there isn't a Western democracy that's currently contemplating putting boots on the ground in Ukraine. And we've got to be clear about that. Nor is there a country that is willing to enforce a no-fly zone in the way that we would so like to, but unfortunately it does mean air-to-ground attacks on Russian air defences, and it does mean taking down Russian fast jets and asking the RAF to do that. That's not something that any country here is contemplating. What we are doing is steadily ratcheting up the movement of lethal but defensive weaponry to Ukraine, and that is growing in volume the whole time. And what the Americans are doing and what they have done is really quite extraordinary already, and the UK is proud of what we've contributed. I'll go to Sam Coates of Sky.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Sam Coates of Sky News. President Zelensky, interestingly, didn't repeat his call for a no-fly zone when he addressed NATO leaders. Instead, he was very, very specific. He wants tanks and jets. Are NATO members, is the United Kingdom going to give him tanks and jets? And if not, why not?
Thanks, Sam. He did indeed call for tanks, and there's a particular reason for that. What President Zelensky wants is to try to relieve Mariupol and to help the thousands of Ukrainian fighters in the city. To that end, he does need armour as he sees it. We're looking at what we can do to help, but I've got to tell you, logistically at the moment, it looks very difficult, but both with armour and with jets. We're very conscious of what he's asking for. At the moment, we're looking at the equipment that we think is more immediately valuable is missiles that will enable the Ukrainians to protect themselves against bombardment from the air, but also to deal with the Grad rocket launchers, the Russian heavy artillery. That is doing such death and dealing such death and destruction in the cities. And there, I think, if we can really help them, that would be extremely valuable, because they need protection from that absolutely merciless onslaught from artillery and from the rocket launchers. James Mates, ITV.
Prime Minister, you've also spoken about weaning Europe off Russian oil and gas. There'll be a discussion tonight that you won't be part of at the European Council. Is Europe doing enough? Are the Germans doing enough? What will Britain do to help other countries who rely more on Russian oil and gas to wean themselves off it?
Thanks, James. Look, and I just want to say that this is easier for some countries than it is for others, and everybody can see that. And clearly, the dependency in Germany and in Italy is very strong, and there are many other European countries that depend on Russian gas. But what they're all doing is moving to extricate themselves from that position and to avoid being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin. And I think that what Olaf Scholz has done, the steps that they're taking, I think it's heroic. And I applaud what Germany is doing. They've set themselves deadlines to move away from oil and gas. I don't think it'll be easy, and the Italians are doing the same. I don't think it'll be easy for them, but it's the right thing to do in the long term, in the medium term, and we will help, of course. And one of the ways that I think we should all work together is in the sharing and the development of alternative provision, not least wind power. I mean, the Baltic countries, for instance, are heavily dependent on gas, but they have a fantastic future as generators of clean, renewable energy. We want to help that. We have a lot of experience of it. Jason Gretz, Daily Mail.
Thanks, Prime Minister. The Kremlin has named you...
You're listening to live remarks by the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson after a NATO summit that ran over. It's one of 3 summits taking place in Brussels this Thursday. Boris Johnson saying that Putin's future in Ukraine is, Putin's failure, rather, in Ukraine is vital for the peace and security of all of us. We're with our Chief International Affairs Editor, Robert Parsons. He reiterated that latest pledge by Britain of 6,000 missiles for Ukraine and was very candid and open. There'll be no boots on the ground. There'll be no no-fly zone.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, he was very candid about it. He admitted to what he called the agony of NATO members in not being able to put boots on the ground or to put an air umbrella across Ukraine to protect Ukraine against Russian aerial attack. But he said in the circumstances, there was nothing that could be done, obviously referring to the fact that it is felt in NATO and elsewhere that to risk getting engaged directly with the Russian armed forces would be to risk leading the world into a third world war.
Stay with us, Rob, because we're going to cross to Kyiv. And France 24 correspondent Gulliver Cragg, who's there now. And just to get the contrast, Gulliver, between this triple summit Thursday that's taking place in Brussels and the reality on the ground, tell us about the latest on this 1 month to the day since Vladimir Putin launched his invasion.
Well, 1 month after the invasion started, the Ukrainians are launching counterattacks and in some places have regained ground, regained territory that was lost to the Russians. But it's hard to evaluate exactly how much. They're making very big claims for their successes, which we can't independently verify. What is for sure is that there was intense fighting today around Irpin, Bucha, Hostomel, the satellite towns just to the northwest of Kyiv, which Ukrainian forces are trying to take back from Russians. It could be heard clearly from the city centre. I can only imagine how it was closer to the scene of the fighting, so traumatic, of course, for Kyiv residents, but Kyiv residents who are also feeling very proud of the way that their armed forces have defended this city so far, in any case, and prevented it from being surrounded by Russian troops. And these counterattacks are happening elsewhere in Ukraine too, notably in the south, where, for example, near Berdyansk, Ukrainian forces fired on a Russian warship in the Azov Sea.
You've been getting information, Gulliver, about what it's like in the towns that the Russians have taken.
Yes, so the Russians haven't managed to take as much territory as it looked like they wanted to and that they tried to take, but they have taken significant amounts of territory in the south of Ukraine and in particular in Kherson region, the capital of that region. Kherson is the only major city really to have fallen to the Russians. And today I was speaking in Kyiv to people who are from there and who are in touch with their friends and family back there and say that it's possible some kind of humanitarian catastrophe is looming in Kherson because the Russians who are administrating the city are not allowing food supplies in, are not allowing medical supplies in, and there are beginning to be shortages of everything. And these people told me that they think that it's because the people of Kherson are resisting. There are daily demonstrations against the Russian occupation in Kherson, not attended by a very large proportion of the population. It takes a great deal of courage, given that Russian forces are armed and they do shoot sometimes. But the general feeling is that public opinion in Kherson is against the Russian occupation. But according to these people who are from that region, that's not the case everywhere in the region. The smaller coastal town of Henichesk, for example, apparently there people haven't really been resisting the Russian occupation. Some people reportedly pretty much welcomed it, and they're not having these kinds of difficulties with supplies.
And it's night has fallen, which means a curfew. What's the new normal like where you are in the capital?
Well, the curfew starts at 8 p.m. local time, so that's coming up pretty soon, and it goes on until 7 a.m., and people really respect the curfew in Kiev. I today went back to my apartment and happened on a neighbour in the courtyard, and I asked him what the situation was with shelters there, and he says, "Oh, do you want to see? Look at this, it's amazing." So he took me down to the shelter, which is in his building just next to my building, and he, on the 24th of February, having not been prepared, not believing the invasion would happen at all up until then, suddenly surprised and terrified by what was happening, went to investigate, found a big door that was locked and knocked it down, and behind it found an absolutely huge cavernous bomb shelter that was, as he later found out, built as a bomb shelter by German prisoners of war in the 1950s. It's even got an air pump in there to keep the air fresh if the place has to be sealed in the case of chemical or nuclear attack. So this neighbour of mine was absolutely astonished by what he found. Of course, it was a huge mess, but he and other neighbours set to work cleaning it out and making it possible for people to shelter down there. And I think that there are probably stories like that all across the capital where people have had to adapt to an invasion that most people in this city didn't think would happen and have now tried to find ways to keep themselves safe.
Gulliver Cragg reporting live from Kyiv. Many thanks for that. Robert Parsons, you're just back from reporting in the Ukrainian capital. Your reaction that forgotten bomb shelters are being rediscovered.
Well, I was there on the day that Gulliver actually left to go to the west of Ukraine. So now he's back. At least he knows where he's spending the night, I guess. Yeah, I mean, obviously people are very concerned. They're very nervous about the fighting, proud of the fact the Ukrainian army is resisting. And apparently in certain places, the ones that Gulliver mentioned, is pushing back. Even the possibility of Russian forces in the northwest of Kyiv being encircled, which would be a disaster for the Russians. But the Ukrainians will, I think, be disappointed by what they've heard from NATO today. Encouraged by the unity of the G7, EU, NATO, but they would have wanted more. They will perhaps have taken some encouragement from what Boris Johnson was saying at the end there. Boris Johnson, of course, the leader of the country, which has supplied more missiles than any other, 10,000 in total with those 6,000 that the UK is sending now. But what he was talking about was interesting. He said it's going to be very difficult logistically to give the tanks and the aircraft that Ukraine wants. Pretty much saying it's not going to be possible. But he said what we can supply is missiles that will target the artillery and the multiple rocket launchers that have wreaked such havoc on Ukrainian towns. If we can get those missiles to the Ukrainians, that could be a ground changer.
All right, many thanks for that, Robert Parsons. It's something we'll be discussing in the next hour in the France 24 debate. And Boris Johnson's words echoed to a large degree by what we heard from Emmanuel Macron, NATO making the choice of supporting Ukraine's war without waging war. France's president addressing reporters in Brussels a short while ago.
The position of Allied forces hasn't changed. We will continue to provide legal and defensive weapons, and to do so in the most efficient way possible, without crossing the red line that would make us co-belligerent. Another point we stressed during the summit is the necessity to avoid any escalation of the conflict, without giving Russia any reason or pretext to ramp up its aggression.
Let's cross live to Brussels. France 24 Europe editor Catherine Nicholson is there. 3 summits, including an EU summit that will roll into Friday. First of all, what more can we say about what we just heard there from Emmanuel Macron?
Yeah, Emmanuel Macron is trying to sum up some of the key planks of what came out of those 2 meetings earlier on in the day. As you said, the NATO emergency meeting, the G7 summit. Just to pick a couple out, you know, he was really insisting on working towards de-escalation and ceasefire in Ukraine. But at the same time, on the NATO side of things, talking about France adding troops and adding military military capability to various parts of the eastern flank of NATO, to Norway, Estonia, Poland and Romania, and trying to make that balance, as we heard in the soundbite there. He was also talking about trying to get non-European states on board with helping Ukrainian refugees. As we know, between 6 and 7 million Ukrainians have been displaced from their homes. At least 3.5 million of them have left the country, most of them into EU states, some as well into non-EU states. And Emmanuel Macron saying that he's really looking for support now, pushing for support from countries including the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom. He talked as well about some big picture impacts of this war as well, working with the US and Canada particularly on energy security and reducing Europe's dependence on Russian energy, as you've been discussing in the programme. The US and Canada and the United Kingdom, indeed, much less dependent on Russian oil, gas and coal than many EU member states, with some EU states like Italy and Germany particularly exposed. So he was talking about drawing in those non-European countries into trying to help out with this situation. He was also talking quite a lot as well about food insecurity. This is something that he raised 2 weeks ago at the informal summit in Versailles, where he warned that in 12 to 18 months there are going to be famines, he said, in certain other parts of the world, notably African states and poorer countries around the world that are so dependent on exports of food from Russia and Ukraine, which are huge producers of cereals particularly. He said he's launching a new initiative in conjunction with the African Union on increasing production, increasing food supply. So that includes partially increasing food production here in Europe, but also trying to prevent states, wherever they are around the world, from stockpiling and from having export bans. And as you said, Emmanuel Macron now coming here, where I am, for this European summit with the other 26 leaders of the EU member states.
And whether it's at NATO or at the EU, we can listen. Stay with us, Catherine, get a bit of a sense of why allies have spent so long in the room earlier at NATO. When you listen to the alliance's Secretary General acknowledging what sounds a bit like not a split, at least a difference of opinions upon how much they should support Ukraine.
We are determined to do all we can to support Ukraine, and I welcome the concrete offers of assistance made by allies today. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate further, because this would be even more dangerous and more devastating.
Yeah, you get a sense of that, Catherine Nicholson, of there were differences, and you understand why that meeting might have gone on for such a long time. At the EU level, how's the split? What does it look like?
Yeah, I don't know if we could talk about a split as such or any kind of binary black and white situation, but, you know, we talk about this very often at EU summits about all kinds of different issues. These are 27 member states, some enormous like Germany, some tiny like Malta, with very different priorities, very different economies, and trying to get them to find unity on any issue can be a bit difficult. The issue here regarding unity is mostly going to hit in terms of, are there going to be new sanctions on Russia in light of the war it's waging on Ukraine? We've already had some indications about where the countries stand on that. For example, Poland and the Baltic states, those former Soviet-occupied states, are very, very strong, saying that they want there to be harsher action, tougher messages from the EU towards Russia. But then much more hesitancy from some of the more Western European states. For example, the Netherlands Prime Minister Mark Rutte said he very much does not expect there to be any announcement of new sanctions at this point. But that's not to say that there's a binary split, as I said. The leaders talking about how, you know, they're wanting to leave themselves leeway to ramp up sanctions. They're also wanting to have a look at how the existing sanctions that they put in just under 4 weeks ago are impacting on Russia, and indeed how they're being applied and implemented. Are they being applied and implemented equally? Are there loopholes that need to be closed? Germany, we know, is one of the countries that is the most most hesitant in terms of ramping up those sanctions, due in large part to its own energy dependency on Russian energy sources. The government there saying that any new sanctions would have to be done with care and great deliberation. That's a massive source of frustration for some of those Eastern European countries I mentioned. I think perhaps the Irish Prime Minister summed up the way the discussions are going to go quite succinctly. You know, he said that he's in favour of the widest and strongest possible sanctions against Russia, but he said that he recognises some EU member states are more dependent on that Russian energy than others, and he said that we have to make sure that we're putting pressure on Russia and not, in fact, on our own EU member states. That's the balancing act that they're trying to strike here, and I would anticipate that those discussions are going to take quite a long time.
Catherine Nicholson reporting live in it for the duration at that EU summit that's just getting underway now in Brussels. For more, we're joined by France 24 senior correspondent Cyril Payen and by Volodymyr Yermolenko, editor-in-chief of the Ukraine World News website. Thank you for joining us from southwest Ukraine.
Thank you for having me.
But let me first get your reaction of when you listen to our correspondent there in Brussels saying how, you know, sanctions take time. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that it is very important to make huge pressure on Russia to make Russian economy suffer more than Ukrainian economy. And as we have seen, Russia is destroying Ukraine, is destroying Ukrainian cities, is bombing, shelling the civilian residential areas. It's erased the city of Mariupol. It's erasing the city of Chernihiv and Kharkiv. So I think this debate is kind of it's a bit from another planet. We have to make pressure. The West has to make pressure on Russia, at least economically, if it doesn't want to engage more militarily, because there are so many loopholes which Russia avoids. And we see the strengthening of ruble, for example. We see that Russian central bank is finding these loopholes to avoid sanctions. This is something that everybody should be aware of.
And when you heard earlier the British Prime Minister bluntly say, look, we're not putting boots on the ground, there's not going to be a no-fly zone, do Ukrainians understand that, or does that make them angry?
Well, it makes us sad, at least, but we were telling everybody since many years that it is our land and we are going to defend it with ourselves. So Ukraine has never asked for any NATO military to come to Ukraine and to fight instead of us. You can see how Ukrainian resistance is strong. You can see how efficiently Ukrainians are using the arms that they get from other countries. But the problem is the skies. The problem is really Russian missiles and Russian airstrikes. Ukrainians can beat Russians on the land. You can see what's happening. But if you're living in a peaceful city and you're just sitting in a room and suddenly your house is hit by a missile and you're dead in 10 seconds, well, this is something that needs to be stopped. And it needs to be stopped either internationally or by providing massive anti-air defense systems to Ukraine. It's naive to think that, well, we should stop Russia from escalating into other countries. If Russia succeeds in Ukraine, the spillover will be inevitable. That's what Ukrainians know since at least Russian invasion of Georgia. It's inevitable that Russians are going to move forward until they are stopped. So it's time to stop in Ukraine.
Stay with us, Volodymyr Yermolenko, because Cyril Payen, you went to Irpin, you reported from there in Reporters, the France 24 investigative news magazine. We're going to be seeing your full-length feature, and we're just going to show an excerpt. This was 10 days ago, and what's interesting is that we thought at the time that the Russians were going to take Irpin. It still has not happened. Let's take a look.
You okay? Yes, man, I'm okay. I'm ready. Good. I'm ready to rumble. Let's ready to rumble.
Where are they? Are they close?
What?
They are close now.
The
bastards are striking us. They're trying to destroy our artillery. We're going to answer back. We're going to massacre them.
Are you okay, Legionnaire?
Yes, I'm fine.
It's not very far, right?
That's okay. Did they just destroy the bridge?
No problem.
Yeah, that's the breathing of Cyril Payen you can hear. Cyril, that was incoming fire. What kind of fire were you under when you were rushing across that front line?
This is artillery fired, and it was at 5 p.m. when the Russians just broke the ceasefire. The so-called ceasefire, which was implemented in the Bucha, Hostomel, and Irpin. We spent a few days in Irpin. On the no man's land, which is central Irpin, which I recall is a 70,000 inhabitants residential area. So if you imagine, this is what was saying our guest, that these places are located less than 15 kilometers away from central Kyiv. This is a key also strategically to access the capital city. But we're talking about thousands of people living. And then the ceasefire just broke and there was a mass shelling on the bridge. The bridge was destroyed and sabotaged by the Ukrainian force on 25th February in order to prevent the advance of by the northwest of the Russian military offensive. But then it was the first day when you have a renewed offensive, huge shelling on the bridge. I am with volunteers, resistance fighters, but also special force under this bridge. And it was the first day of heavy fighting.
Yeah, because Volodymyr Yermolenko telling us how the Ukrainians have proved their resilience, and we see it in that clip.
Very much so, and this is what is absolutely extraordinary and obviously not designed the Russian didn't expect that. This huge sense of mobilization when we crossed the country to get to Kyiv after 4 days from the west, and it was a ghost city, and you have checkpoints and all the huge variety of people, whether they are female, male, whether they are artists, because we were also with an artist coming back to resist, but with his own means.
Because we saw in that clip, we saw there's the guy showboating a little bit with the sunglasses and holding that rifle. Yeah, the other guy with the ski hat who seemed perfectly placid. Who was he?
Well, these are volunteers. He's a member of the Foreign Legion based in France, and he's Ukrainian by nationality. And it just took, when the offensive started, it just took his car, his French car. He crossed for 6 days all Europe to get to Ukraine to fight, to volunteer. This is the same for hundreds, even maybe thousands of foreign volunteers. But in Irpin, you have 1,500 strong forces of people really resilient and wanted to fight back the Russians. And as you were just saying, the fight is going on still. Heavy fighting reported in the last 2 days. But from the people which are in the film, and I'm still in contact with them daily, even more than daily, they are still here and they are counterattacking all the time.
Are you surprised 10 days on that Irpin did not fall?
Well, when you see the variety of artillery shelling, air shelling, bombardments, explosions, the tanks are inside Irpin. When I was there, Irpin was maybe 50% taken by the Russians. It's very extraordinary. But there is also the sense of mobilizing themselves into the fighting for retaining the capital city, of course. But also there is also weapons. I've been starting to see arriving new weaponaries coming probably from neighboring countries, just going to the front line to logistically help the resistance. So it's a semi-surprise, but I wouldn't say that it's done for the Russian offensive in this area, northwest of Kyiv.
Volodymyr Yermolenko, it's exactly 1 month to the day since Vladimir Putin launched his invasion. Earlier we were speaking with our correspondent Gulliver Cragg, and he was returning to the capital where you're usually based, and part of the surprise is seeing how many people are staying put and not fleeing. Your thoughts on what the mindset is 1 month on?
Well, the Kyiv dwellers want to be in their city. So in my experience, I also have been in Kyiv. I've returned to Kyiv after relocating my family. I spent over a week in Kyiv. And right now I'm back with my family in Western Ukraine, but intending to come back. I'm just looking for possibilities to bring some aid, humanitarian aid or some other stuff to Kyiv. So obviously, and I'm, for example, negotiating with some people whom I advise, for example, women with elderly, to move from the city, but they are not going to move. They want to stay. There are many people like that. Of course, Ukrainians are holding on their land, and they are not going to leave it.
Tell me about the work that you're doing with your Ukraine World News website. How are you gathering information from all parts? What's the procedure in times of war?
Well, we try to rely on what people are doing, just filming with their phones, for example, and there is lots of these videos, these photos across Ukraine. So this is what civic journalism can look like, basically. And at our Twitter, Ukraine World, you can follow it. You can see a lot of this evidence, the visual evidence primarily, photo evidence, the video evidence of what's happening in different parts of Ukraine, in Chernihiv, in Mariupol, elsewhere. We also try to analyze what's happening with our podcast Explaining Ukraine, which is in English, which was recently put to the top 6.
Volodymyr Yermolenko, I want to thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have to interrupt and cross back to Brussels. The U.S. President Joe Biden is speaking.
Am I the 16th or 17th? At any rate, all kidding aside, thank you for taking the time. Today marks 1 month since Russia began its carnage in Ukraine, the brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a NATO summit the very next day. At that time, my overwhelming objective in wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on 3 key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance. Second was to impose the most significant sanctions, economic sanction regime ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried what would happen. We accomplished all 3 of these, and today we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them. The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president: anti-air systems, anti-armor systems, ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians affected by the war in Ukraine. Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families. And we will invest $320 million to bolster democratic resilience and defend human rights in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. And I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union. More than 300 members of the Duma, oligarchs, and Russian defense companies that fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia to reinforce the Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7, in the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions. Since there's so many people out there, been given a list. Now, how about Chris of the Associated Press? First question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. So you've warned about the real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them to position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
You know, on the first question, I can't answer that. I'm not going to give you intelligence data, number one. Number two, we would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use. Josh of Bloomberg.
Perhaps I'll just project, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
If I had your voice, I'd have been elected a lot earlier.
I'll give it a try. He's got a long arm. Thank you. Can you talk to us about 2 things, sir? One, since your conversation with President Xi of China, have you seen any indications of action or lack of action from China that has led you to believe whether they will intervene and help Russia, either with the sale of arms or the provision of supplies to support this war in Ukraine? And secondly, can you say whether the conversation today turned to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this war? Thank you.
On the first question relating to President Xi Jinping of China, I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And I made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia, as had been reported and as what it was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out the number of American and foreign corporations that left Russia as a consequence of their barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself at significant jeopardy in those aims if, in fact, he were to move forward. I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence of that conversation. But tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula is having that conference with China, the 1st, on April 1st. We've had discussions because I think that China understands that its economic future is much more closely tied to the West than it is to Russia. And so I'm hopeful that he does not get engaged. We also did discuss today that there's a need for us to set up, NATO to set up, and the EU, to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at who has violated any of the sanctions and where and when and how they violated them. And that's something we're going to put in train. It's not done yet. So with regard to I have nothing more to report. With regard to food shortage, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well, including European countries and our country as well. And because both Russia and Ukraine have been the breadbasket of Europe in terms of wheat, for example, just to give you one example. But we had a long discussion in the G7 with both the United States, which has a significant, the third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major, major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and disseminate more rapidly food shortages. In addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else to end trade restrictions on sending limitations on sending food abroad. And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would take to help alleviate the concerns relative to food shortages. We also talked about a significant major U.S. investment, among others, in terms of providing for the need for humanitarian assistance, including food, as we move forward. Tarina of the Wall Street Journal. Watch out, you don't get hit in the head there now.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zelensky need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table? And then also, do you think that Russia needs to be removed from the G20?
On the latter point, my answer is yes. That depends on the G20. That was raised today, and I raised the possibility, if that can't be done, if Indonesia and others do not agree, then we should, in my view, ask to have both Ukraine be able to attend the meetings, as well as basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question?
If you think that Ukraine needs to cease, to give up any territory in order to get a ceasefire.
That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, that are discussions, I should say, that have taken place that I have not been part of, including the Ukrainians, and it's their judgment to make. Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, thank you. Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war? Could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
That. And to clarify on chemical weapons, if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross, we'd make that decision at the time.
And my final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a first-hand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so, because I've been to many, many war zones. I've been in refugee camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years, and it's devastating. But the thing you look at the most is you see these young children. You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and husbands, men and women who are completely lost and have no nose. You see the look, that blank look on their face, that absolute feeling of, my God, where am I? What's going to happen to me? And so what it will do, it will reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States, as a leader, one of the leaders in the international community, has an obligation to be engaged and do all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, throughout Ukraine, and those who have made it across the border. I plan on attempting to see those folks, as well as I hope I'm going to be able to see, I guess I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I? But anyway, I hope I get to see a lot of people. Marcus of Der Spiegel.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's a presidential election coming up in 2024, and as you know, there are yes, that's true. And there are widespread concerns in Europe that a figure like your predecessor, maybe even your predecessor himself, might get elected president again. Are there any steps, anything you are trying to do and NATO is trying to do here these days to prevent what you're trying to do becoming undone 2 years from now? Thank you.
No, that's not how I think of this. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this time. I wasn't going to run again, and I mean that sincerely. I had no intention of running for president again. And until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when the gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester, and was asked what he thought, he said, "They're very good people on both sides." And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet any longer. And when I ran this time, and I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, will acknowledge this, I made a determination. No election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this any longer. And so we're a long way off in elections, a long way off. My focus, if any election, is on making sure that we retain the House and the United States Senate so that I have the room to continue to do the things that I've been able to do in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world, be the leader of the free world. So, but it's not an illogical question for someone to ask. I say to people at home, imagine if we sat and watched the doors of the Bundestag broken down and police officers killed and hundreds of people storming in. Or imagine if we saw that happening in the British Parliament or whatever. How would we feel? And one of the things that I take some solace from is I don't think you'll find any European leader who thinks that I am not up to the job. And I mean that sincerely. It's not like, whoa, it's that. The point is that when the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was in Great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, as head of state, said, for how long? For how long? And so I don't blame, I don't criticize anybody for asking that question. But the next election, I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Thank you very, very much. Whoa. No. Yeah, one final question, right. Hey, look, wait, hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union meeting and to speak. No, I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you?
I'm Christina Arcady from CBS. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions, the increasing the pain, and the demonstration why I asked for this NATO meeting today is to be sure that after a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month, but for the remainder of this entire year. That's what will stop him.
You believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course in Ukraine?
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. I know. The answer is no. I think what happens is we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is. And all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined. And what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that that Europe is going to crack in a month or 6 weeks or 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month, but we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
NATO has never been more united as today, the words of U.S. President Joe Biden addressing reporters at the conclusion of a NATO summit that ended, well, way over schedule, as he said himself. We're in the company of Chief International Affairs Editor Robert Parsons. Rob, several reporters there pressing him about what happens if, and then we'll talk about it later in the France 24 debate, a red line is passed, the big red line being chemical weapons, since Russia has a track record in places like Syria. He said the nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
Well, it's deliberate ambiguity. You know, NATO has made it clear, Biden himself has made clear that the consequences would be serious without ever spelling out exactly what serious would be. And he's saying that the response would be determined by the nature of the offense, just how strong the Russian attack was. I think he's wary, too, of making what many perhaps would regard as Barack Obama's mistake in Syria as well, when he put down a red line, and when the red line came, instead of holding to it, he withdrew. He doesn't want to find himself in that position where, you know, he's having to do something because of a remark he made 2 or 3 weeks before. So that is why I think there's the deliberate ambiguity, although he's made it clear that there will be consequences.
Made it clear there will be consequences. He was asked, America's back for now. What happens if the Republicans win next time? We heard a long answer to that question. But that is something on the back of a lot of European
course it
minds.
is, yeah. And he said he got asked that question at the EU meeting that he attended. That you know, people are concerned about it. You know, it's everybody in the European Union is enormously relieved at the moment that it's not Donald Trump they're dealing with. That the accent is on unity. The accent, as he made clear in that last answer he gave there, is trying to hold the G7, the EU, and NATO together. And to press Russia and to keep this in for the long term, not for tomorrow or the next week, but for the long term, so that the Russian economy is made to suffer as a consequence of Vladimir Putin's actions. But obviously, you know, that remains at the back of people's minds. What will happen? His response to it was, look, you know, he almost said he's going to run for another election, although he said that previously that he was only going to run for one term. he said, I'm not worried about that really. If it's that man, as he refers to Donald Trump, I'm happy because I know I'm going to beat him.
Right. At one point at the outset, he mentioned the list of statistics of how the United States is supporting Ukraine. And one of them a reminder that here we are 30 years after the end of the Soviet Union. And today there are 100,000 U.S. forces in Europe, all the NATO members shoring up their eastern flank at this point in time. Europe's defense depends a lot on the man we just heard.
Absolutely, and that again is the point he was making. I think that that there is a commitment from the United States, but everybody else has to be in on this as well. It's not just the United States. NATO has to step up to the mark, and it's very interesting to see just how the other NATO countries are responding, including the president of this country, Emmanuel Macron, who in the not so distant past criticized NATO, referred to as being brain dead, has clearly changed his position now, but is also saying that Europe has to play a much more prominent role in the defense of the continent, together with NATO, not as in contradiction to or as apart from NATO, but in cooperation with NATO. It was a point he made in his own press conference not so very long ago.
One final question. We had one reporter there saying that you've said, Mr. President, that you're bent on preventing World War III. We never saw once during the Cold War direct fighting between U.S. and Soviet troops. And now today we're kind of thinking, what happens if? Well,
we came close to it on a couple of times, most notably with the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was the big fear that we would find ourselves in a nuclear war. It didn't happen. But you're right. We now have NATO troops up against that border with Russia. Norway has a border with Russia. Poland has a border with Belarus and with Kaliningrad, the part of Russia. So NATO troops are face to face effectively with Russia. There is a massive danger that a mistake could be made. That the Russians, for instance, could use chemical weapons. There could be the wind could blow the chemical weapons across the border into Poland, perhaps. And NATO would have a dilemma about how to respond. And all of a sudden, by a miscalculation, perhaps on the Russian part, the world or Europe could find itself in the middle of a third world war.
And we can speculate, but certainly that would certainly be a plausible reason as to why that NATO summit lasted so many hours.
Absolutely, yeah.
Robert Parsons, many thanks. NATO's red lines is something we'll be talking about after the news in the France 24 debate.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, the campaign on France 24 and France24.com. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Welcome back. You're watching France 24. Coming up, NATO pledges stepped up defensive support to Ukraine, along with more reinforcement on its eastern flank. No boots on the ground, though, say the likes of Joe Biden, Boris Johnson, and Emmanuel Macron in Brussels for a series of summits among allies. Fresh fighting in the northern suburbs of Kyiv. Ukraine claims it's a virtual stalemate on the front line as Russia continues to shell major urban centers. After the news, the France 24 debate and what's to come out of this triple summit day in Brussels. At what point do NATO, G7, and EU members take their support of Ukraine to the next level? What are the red lines? A lot of talk about what happens if Vladimir Putin uses chemical weapons. Your reactions on Facebook and Twitter. Hashtag F24Debate. Never has NATO been more united. The words of U.S. President Joe Biden speaking just moments ago. You heard it here on France 24 in Brussels on a day that's seen the leaders of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the G7 and European Union converge on Brussels. The NATO meeting running over by many hours this 1 month to the day after Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine, which has been urging allies to go all in on that 1 month anniversary. Caroline Lambolet has more.
NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has promised new battle groups would be deployed to Eastern Europe. He described the development as a major increase of forces, but it still falls short of Ukraine's requests for a no-fly zone and a full boycott of Russian energy products.
Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defense. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland.
President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the NATO leaders. He urged them to help Ukraine by providing more weapons.
It's not your missiles, it's not your bombs that are destroying our cities. This morning, by the way, there were phosphorus bombs, phosphorus Russian bombs. Adults were killed again, and children were killed again. I just want you to know, the alliance can still prevent the deaths of Ukrainians from Russian strikes, from Russian occupation, by giving us all the weapons we need.
On the diplomatic front, NATO has been trying to put pressure on China. It accuses Beijing of providing Russia with political support and of spreading blatant lies and disinformation. A foreign ministry spokesman earlier responded to the claims.
Accusing China of spreading false information about Ukraine is in itself spreading false information. With an objective and just attitude, China has been working actively towards realizing cessation of hostilities, averting a humanitarian crisis, and restoring peace and stability. We have always maintained that Ukraine should be a bridge for communication between the East and the West, not an outpost in major power rivalry.
China so far has refused to condemn Russia, a close ally, over the invasion of Ukraine.
The Ukrainian government claiming it's still a virtual stalemate in suburbs north of the capital. On this, the 1 month anniversary of Russia's decision to invade that country. Heavy fighting, heavy shelling heard earlier in the day right to the city center, says correspondent Gulliver Cragg. The Ukrainians, which claim to be answering with counteroffensives, many acts of bravery taking place amid the fierce fighting. Our reporter Gwendoline de Bono spent the day with a team of volunteer medics.
Their yellow ambulance is synonymous with saviour for the inhabitants still stuck on the front lines. Taras is a doctor back in France. Of Ukrainian origin, he left Corsica, where he was practicing at the beginning of the war. He is always paired with Sergei, the driver. They go to look for civilians trapped in the city of Irpin, on the outskirts of the capital. The fighting has spread to the whole town.
We need to be picked up.
Don't worry, it's us. We'll take care of you just a second. We'll be right there.
The inhabitants are led back to safety. Their second trip brings their first problems.
We can't go near because there is crossfire in the forest. They're shooting. We can't go near.
Fighting breaks out in the vicinity. The Ukrainian forces want to push back the Russian artillery positions. They take cover and wait.
In 15-20 minutes, normally it passes. It calms down, and we can move forward to get the civilians.
Permission is given to leave. Sergei goes ahead. When he arrives in Irpin, he brings the children on board. Third call, some inhabitants are waiting for the ambulance. Suddenly, Russian troops send a mortar to the evacuation point. The first one throws Taras off balance. The civilians are in front of him. He wants them to come on board. A second mortar hits. Then a third. The inhabitants are waiting under cover. Ambulance drivers too. A fourth mortar hits. The fourth shell hits the house opposite the ambulance. Taras yells at the inhabitants to run to the ambulance.
Come on, I said, everybody sit down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Enough, you. It's okay. Put your bag down.
No one was hurt. When they get back to safety, they notice the shrapnel marks on their unarmored vehicle. Tomorrow, Sergei and Taras will do it all over again, going to rescue other men, women and children in their ambulance.
International condemnation expressed at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. They adopted a Ukraine aid resolution. They criticized Moscow's role. 140 votes in favor, 5 against, 38 abstentions. Correspondent Jessica Le Mesurier has more.
This was a heated General Assembly session as two competing resolutions on humanitarian access for Ukraine were both put forward. The one that was drafted by France and Mexico was adopted with 140 votes in favour. It needed the support of 2/3 of the General Assembly. India and China were amongst those that abstained. The resolution demands an immediate halt to Russia's war in Ukraine, as well as aid, access and civilian protection. And it directly criticises Russia. The other, put forward by South Africa, never mentions Russia by name. South Africa's envoy said that her country was putting forward a different resolution because the UN General Assembly's objective must be to find an outcome for peace that addresses humanitarian concerns, and that the other resolution was too politicised. In the end, the General Assembly didn't vote on the South African resolution because Ukraine's ambassador objected and asked for a procedural vote on whether or not the General Assembly should vote on it. The Assembly voted no. Now, the US ambassador dubbed the adoption of the Franco-Mexican resolution an astounding success. She said that it would identify what needs to be done to support Ukraine with humanitarian assistance and encourage others to help. But after watching this session, it's clear that the Western argument that the world is united against Russia is not quite as clear-cut as Western powers might have hoped. The US ambassador had a message for countries that abstained. She said there's no neutral ground. Look at the situation on the ground. Look at the devastation. South Africa's ambassador also had a message. War has no heroes, she said. The heroes are those who make peace.
Jessica Le Mazurier, stay with us. Coming up next in the France 24 debate, what's to come out of this triple summit day that's been taking place in Brussels? At what point do NATO, G7 and EU members take their support of Ukraine to the next level? What would it take? What are the red lines? That's coming up next in the France 24 debate.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, the campaign on France 24 and France24.com.
The planet is suffering. Climate catastrophe is at our doorstep. Emissions are soaring, species are disappearing. But a mass movement is underway to make things right. Scientists, engineers, politicians, business leaders, and of course, teenagers. And we give them all a voice here on Down to Earth.
A major driving force is the good that we could do at the end of it.
Down to Earth on France 24 and France24.com.
Remember not so long ago when France's president blasted NATO as being brain dead, wondering aloud what purpose it served? Well, that was then. This is now. The biggest invasion Europe's seen since World War II has the alliance scrambling, shoring up defenses on its eastern flank, and trying to beef up its battle readiness in real time. We're going to be asking about Thursday's summit of NATO and the allies' red line when it comes to Russia. Exactly 1 month after Vladimir Putin launched what many predicted would be a lightning offensive. France 24 will take you to Irpin a little bit later on, one of those frontline suburbs of the capital where Ukrainians now claim to be on the counter-offensive, or at least playing to a stalemate. Turning point, or are the Russians, who, let's not forget, enjoy air supremacy, simply taking their time while they pound major urban centers? Anti-air support, one of those keys that NATO has to ponder as it decides whether it wants to contain the damage, as the Kremlin's army flattens cities like Mariupol, or steps up military assistance in what could lead to the kind of confrontation on the battlefield never seen at any time during the Cold War. Today in the France 24 debate, we're asking what are NATO's red lines. Joining us, he's a former French Air Force Chief of Staff, retired General Jean-Paul Paloméros, was a top commander at NATO Allied Forces. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Welcome back as well to Ukrainian political scientist Anastasia Shapochkina, president of the Eastern Circle's think tank.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. From Brussels, we'll be joined by Green member of the European Parliament, Michael Bloss. And covering this triple summit day is France 24 correspondent Dave Keating. Thanks for being with us, Dave.
Happy to be here.
The France 24 debate, where you can join the conversation, and you have on Facebook and Twitter, hashtag F24debate. Yeah, a triple summit day. It kicked off with NATO, and that ran over, way over, with leaders coming out of it, well, just a short while ago, displaying a united front, though.
Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7.
NATO never more united, says Joe Biden, but there are nuances and differences. The Atlantic Alliance, yes, agreeing to shore up defenses, offer defensive assistance to Ukraine to protect against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. But as the Secretary General himself admits, not going all in, and you can hear the nuances in Jens Stoltenberg's remarks.
We are determined to do all we can to support Ukraine. And I welcome the concrete offers of assistance made by allies today. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate further, because this would be even more dangerous and more devastating.
Dave Keating, break it down for us. What was the argument among members that made that meeting go on for so long?
Well, I think it's just there's so much to deal with, right? There were certain things that I'm told went through pretty smoothly. So these, for instance, the 4 new battle groups that they're going to send over to Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia, that didn't have any significant opposition. But apparently the language on China was a bit of a tricky issue. So Secretary General Stoltenberg had already signaled yesterday that the statement at the end of this NATO meeting would have something to say about China not condemning Russia's invasion, and of course it abstaining in the UN vote condemning the invasion. But how strong that was going to be had to be determined today. In the end, it's not very strong. The statement calls on China to not aid Russia in any way, but it doesn't mention anything about China's heretofore implicit or explicit support for Russia. And I'm told this was quite a back and forth during the summit. At his concluding press conference, French President Emmanuel Macron said that in his mind, NATO is something that involves the North Atlantic, and it wasn't really appropriate to start getting into condemning China in resolution. Similarly, Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi said the same thing. He said this is not a condemnation of China. That is not what we were aiming to do here. German Chancellor Scholz said something similar, and that's because there were Eastern European leaders, I'm told, during this summit that were really pushing for stronger language here and like a really clear condemnation. But a lot of the Western European leaders just didn't think that was going to be productive or really would overstep the bounds of what NATO is really supposed to be doing.
Those Eastern European countries that you mentioned are also the ones that are most vocal when it comes to things like, well, no-fly zones or helping out more with the air defenses of Ukraine. And we heard, Dave, for instance, the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, saying there'll be no no-fly zone and there'll be no boots on the ground.
Yep, we heard basically everyone say that. I think President Macron said that they have to be careful not to become a co-belligerent in this war, but they should do everything up to that line, everything up to the line that would cross becoming a belligerent, because he stressed NATO is not at war with Russia. And I was interesting, I was at the Boris Johnson press conference as well, and I was wondering if he would toe the line there, because Boris Johnson has kind of a habit of getting ahead of himself, I think, sometimes when he's talking about this stuff and he wants to maybe sound tough or go beyond the remit. But he was also very careful about this, and he was kind of prodded a couple of times by reporters at that press conference, but he didn't take the bait. He didn't go further than what was really the agreed line here at the NATO summit, which is that NATO and Russia going to war would be a disaster, and they have to do everything they can to prevent the war spreading beyond Ukraine.
We're looking at live images coming in now of Joe Biden being welcomed by the European Council President Charles Michel. Again, it's triple summit day, what with Biden also in attendance for the G7, NATO, and now to speak at the EU a little bit late. You know, you look at those images, Jean-Paul Paloméros, you know, it's a reminder, and we heard Joe Biden say it earlier, it's 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. I mean, the United States is central to all of this right now.
Well, you know, NATO is a collective political and military alliance and since 1949. And what NATO is doing since 2014, and I was there at this time, is just to resurrect in a certain way the collective defense mission, which is the core of its mission. Saying, well, you know, we have decreased the budget, we have been decreasing the budget, defense budget for quite a long time since the end of the Cold War. And we consider that there was out-of-area conflicts, but it was the time in 2014 really to recall that collective defense was the main effort. And therefore, we pushed this objective for the countries, little countries, to spend 2% of their GDPs to work together.
Let me interrupt you. Let's try to listen in to the European Council President and the U.S. President.
It's a very strong signal. Our unity is rock solid, and we are very, very pleased to coordinate, to cooperate with you. These are difficult times, challenging times, and we need to take the right and the intelligent decisions for the future, for the security, for the stability, and thank you for this excellent cooperation and coordination.
Well, I came to congratulate a man who just got re-elected without opposition. I dream about that someday. Well, look, from the very beginning, I was of the view the single most important thing that we have to do in the West is be united. I'm not saying that's not a euphemism. I mean it literally, literally. I spent some time with Vladimir Putin back in November and December, and we had a conference in Switzerland at the time, and it was clear to me, and it was to you, that his intentions were very different than benign intentions. And one of the things that he's tried to do, his overwhelming objective, and I've been speaking about it for a year and a half, his overwhelming objective is to demonstrate that democracies cannot function in the 21st century because things are moving so rapidly, they require consensus, and it's too difficult to get consensus, and autocracies are going to rule. As a matter of fact, we've lost more democratic countries, fewer democratic countries today than there were 10 years ago. And so from the very beginning, my objective, and I had a great partner in this, was to see to it that we built total, complete unity among the major democracies of the world. I'm not joking about that. That's why I called just a couple weeks ago and asked NATO to set up a NATO meeting of the heads of state, and which took place today. And I fortunately was able to attend 2 other conferences. But my point is unity, unity. And the very thing that Putin has tried to do from the beginning, and I've been saying this since my days as Vice President of the United States, is to break up NATO. Break up NATO. He'd rather face 30 independent countries than 30 united countries with the United States of America. Not a joke. I'm being deadly earnest. I believe that's been his intention from the very, very beginning. And so what I want to thank Michel for is that the whole idea of the unity of Europe as a whole, not just NATO, the G7 and this organization, really matters. It's the single most important thing that we can do to stop this guy who's in our country we believe has already committed war crimes. But thank you very much for the time. And thank you. Yes, we will discuss China. I've spent some time with Xi Jinping, and I hope we're going to get a chance to discuss China.
All right, the arrival of Joe Biden to the European Council, welcomed by the European Council President Charles Michel. It's again a NATO summit day. Michael Bloss is with us, a Green member of the European Parliament. 3 summits this Thursday, and the coincidence of the calendar again is that it's been 1 month since Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. How strong, Michael, is that unity that you just heard Joe Biden trumpet?
The unity is there, and that is really good, and it's necessary in times of war. There is a strong solidarity with the people in Ukraine against the aggression of Putin, against his attack. We see that, from Poland to Germany, all of Europe, and also Germany, for instance, changed some of its policies in order to create more unity. We have abandoned Nord Stream 2. We are increasing the military spending. We are sending weapons to Ukraine. So yeah, it changed a lot. It's necessary. I also believe that we have to not only look at now the military side, but also how to make sure we do not buy Putin's gas, oil and coal anymore. This should be one of the priorities, and unfortunately there's not too much debate about moving fast away from fossils. I hope that European leaders will discuss this today as well and make decisions to speed up their actions.
Yeah, pooling energy purchases, finding other sources is at the heart of that EU summit that's getting underway. You talked about Germany increasing its military spending. How much has changed in 1 month on that score?
Well, our foreign minister has described it well when she said, we woke up in a different world, and that's the truth. The world is different, and we have to rethink some of our policies, and we did so. So since 1 month, really a lot has changed. What we should be now keeping in mind and remembering from the crisis, from the corona crisis, there is no value in crisis nationalism. If now, like, Europe falls apart and everyone is doing their own small policies, that will not help. We need to keep the unity in Europe together with the United States. That is what makes us strong.
And Anastasia Shapochkina, your reaction listening to what Michael Bloss is saying about that newfound unity?
Not just Michael Bloss, but what Joe Biden was saying about newfound unity. I just have one question. It's unity in what? And so far what we're seeing is that the unity that the European leaders are so desperate to demonstrate, and so transatlantic leaders, is the unity in doing pretty much as little as possible on the military side. And this unity is pushed by their being squeezed between realization of two simple things. One is that, and I think this is exactly as Boris Johnson said, NATO is not at war with Russia. What everybody's realizing, think NATO members as well, that it's rather Russia which is at war, not just with Ukraine, and that Russia has repeated over and over again, but with the civilized world as we know it, with NATO as well. And the realization that the NATO members are squeezed between the two things is that one is the reputational pressure to act, and the other is to act as little as possible, because out of the fear of the action itself, and out of the fear of the realization that militarily the action margins are rather thin. And pretty much this explains the talk of unity, but unity in doing what?
Michael Bloss, your reaction, is NATO, excuse the expression, shooting itself in the foot by stating at the outset, as so many leaders have, that they don't want to put boots on the ground and that they won't be a no-fly zone?
Look, I can really understand there is a dire need for a no-fly zone. But for the whole of the Cold War, we have made it possible that there were no direct confrontation or direct conflict between NATO and between this time the Soviet Union, because this could easily escalate to a nuclear war, and this would help no one. So I think we have to be sensible here. I would disagree that there is like as little as possible. Germany made a 180-degree turn in terms of its policy on sending weapons to conflict zones. Now Germany also is saying that they are increasing, and they will put 100 billion euros for military spending. A lot of things has happened, and I think the support from the EU is one part of the success of Ukraine. Of course, the Ukrainians are fighting like heroes. There is no doubt about this, but there is support from the West, and this is also part that is making sure that Putin did not actually achieve what he wanted. He did not walk to Kiev, but since 1 month he is being held up by very brave Ukrainian fighters, but also they are supported by the European Union.
General Paloméros, 1 month on, how is it going in your view?
Well, there is a kind of stalemate. Obviously, Putin has missed his strategy. He has difficulty with his military capabilities in a certain way, and he has his soldiers have problem with moral and with the sense of purpose. There is no sense of purpose for them. So you can see that the Russian army is quite in a dire strait in a certain way. They are still very strong. They are bombing everywhere and indiscriminately. That's really a pity. But I think NATO has done what it has to do. That's collective defense of its member. This is his mission, his main mission. If we want to go further, it is for the members to decide if they want or not to go further. But so far, they have demonstrated a solidarity in doing that and in providing the Ukrainians as much as they can. It's perhaps not enough. I can understand the frustration, but weapons, training since 2014, exercising, and the standards of Ukrainian army is very high, thanks to this partnership. Ukraine is an avant-garde of democracy, this is true. Unfortunately, the border, the red line of NATO is beyond that, beyond Ukraine. And that's a mess. Let's
try to define a little bit that red line. At the outset of the war, the United States balked at the idea of sending some of Poland's Russian-made MiG fighter jets over to Ukraine. Now, and we're looking at this map here of how NATO has expanded. The countries in light blue are the most recent members to join the alliance. The ones in yellow are the ones who are not in the alliance, but are candidates, including most prominently in the center of that map, Ukraine itself. The focus is turning right now to anti-aircraft batteries. 3 nations, Greece and more recent NATO members, Bulgaria and Slovakia, still use the same Russian-made S-300 long-range missile systems that Ukraine's military knows how to operate. Last week, Germany and the Netherlands brought US-made Patriot missiles to Slovakia, which shares a border with Ukraine, and which has said it would be willing to provide its S-300 system to Ukraine if it got a replacement. So, General Paloméros, should those S-300s be shipped over to Ukraine?
Yes, very much so. Air defense is absolutely crucial because the Russians have a kind of air superiority. So everything we can do to limit, to suppress the air superiority of Russia is good for. And I think air defense, a very effective air defense system that they can employ is absolutely crucial. Anti-tank as well. Some offensive weapons.
Is it going to happen?
I think so.
And how fast?
Well, as soon as they can, but I think it could come very fast.
Dave Keating, was that on the table today at NATO?
They didn't discuss that.
It was. I mean, this discussion about what exactly type of equipment they need has been a big point of discussion. And Boris Johnson was asked about this at his press conference because President Zelensky was asking for planes and tanks and really very, very big pieces of military equipment. And the question is, who knows best what the Ukrainians need? Is it the Ukrainians themselves, or is it the American military? Is it the Western European militaries? I didn't see a big move toward changing the type of armaments that are being sent to Ukraine today. I think the consensus that came out of the summit, was that the type of armaments that have already been being delivered, they should continue in that vein. And I think for sure those missiles, the surface-to-air missiles, is one of those things that seems to be very talked about. And in his press conference, President Macron seemed to suggest that he thought that crossing the line over into planes and tanks that weren't already contracted before the start of the war could risk making France or any other country a co-belligerent in the war. I'm not sure that other leaders share that opinion, but at least that seems to be part of the French thinking here.
Do you share that opinion, General Paramills?
Well, in any case, they shouldn't tell the Russian what they send. They shouldn't tell the Russian. I mean, this is confidential. I mean, we don't have to explain to the Russian what kind of capability we are giving to the Ukrainians. They will discover that for their own detriment, if I may say so.
Anastasia Shapochkina, we did hear our correspondents earlier telling us here on France 24 that they are seeing the Ukrainians with some new weapons on the battlefield.
Indeed, this would be a major advance if the S-300 is present. That's precisely what Ukraine has been asking for. I totally agree with the general that it would be entirely ridiculous just to say exactly what is going to be done, and maybe that's the point of President Macron. President Macron has so far shown himself as one of the closest allies of President Zelensky, indeed, and which is based truly not just on political statements or political opportunism, which we could have observed with President Sarkozy or Hollande, but rather on a personal rapport also between the two presidents, and truly a true shift for the French traditional foreign policy, much greater involvement in the region, which is kind of a divorce from traditional positions. I would also like to, so yes, if the S-300 or other similar weapons were to be delivered, that'd be a major advance, and for Ukraine, crucial and really a life-saving, a lifeline. I would also just like to, if you allow me, to also answer what the general was saying before about Russia, NATO's mission. And yes, indeed, that's what's been underlined today during the summit, that the NATO's mission is to stand united. But if we look at NATO's history, it is much broader than to stay united. NATO wasn't founded in order to stay united. Neither was it founded in order to protect each other. It was founded in order to counter Russian aggression and Russian expansion. That is NATO's mission. And they must stand united for that. That's exactly what we're seeing today. And that's precisely why today, much more than ever before, than ever during the inaction, during the absence of war, when the existential crisis of NATO was being discussed years back, this is today, the existential crisis. And even months back, exactly. Thank you, Francois.
Very recently,
precisely. Why does NATO exist? And we have to re-ask this question today, because the reason why NATO exists is not to stand united. It is to counter Russian aggression. And that's the real mission. And that mission is there to be fulfilled today.
There was some dramatic words earlier by some of the East European members upon their arrivals at that NATO summit. There are those who worry that this could all lead to World War III, and others caution that letting Putin win in Ukraine would prove an existential threat for everyone.
Nobody can feel safe now. Maybe it will be Poland, maybe it will be Baltic states, but nobody in Europe, even those countries which are distant from the direct border with Russia, even those countries are not safe today. This is a challenge. This is a challenge for the entire region, for democratic world, Western principles. Maybe it will be the last challenge, but we cannot lose it.
Dave Keating, that's a clip of the president of the former Soviet state of Lithuania, which is now an EU member, a NATO member, and which borders both Belarus and that Russian exclave of Kaliningrad. Did you get the sense again today that this is viewed as an existential threat, not just for Ukraine?
For sure. I mean, those Eastern European, particularly the three former Soviet Baltic states, you can see that they're very alarmed, and we hear this consistently from their leaders. There is a bit of an East-West split here. I think everyone is alarmed, appalled, shocked by what's happening in Ukraine, but you feel the sense of urgency more the further east that you go. You also hear, I think, more bellicose rhetoric. We've even had the French president suggesting a again today saying that it would be on the table at this summit that NATO should put boots on the ground in Ukraine as a peacekeeping force that could theoretically defend itself. That's a non-starter for most EU partners, but I think you do really see that contrast, especially as these summits are starting and you're having the various leaders come in, whether it's NATO or the European Union. The tone is quite different between the West and the East. The East really pushing also for energy sanctions, just wanting to go the furthest possible in every area. And then in the West, you're hearing more caution. You're hearing more warnings about what a NATO-Russia conflict could turn into in terms of World War III, nuclear war, etc. You really are seeing that difference. And I think actually that the further away we get from the 24th of February, the further away we get from the invasion, the more those differences are showing. They're not showing less, they're showing more over time.
Showing more over time, you agree, General Paloméros?
I'm not sure. I mean, there are sensibilities, of course, but they all agree on the defensive line, on the red line, basically, of the borders, because this is part of the alliance and the North Atlantic treaties. It applies to its members. We can discuss that. We can be sorry. We can be frustrated. But, and we know that Mr. Putin has done everything he could to avoid that Ukraine and a few others, but Ukraine mainly, join NATO. When he went into Ukraine in 2014, he knew that since this moment, it was absolutely impossible to integrate Ukraine in NATO because of the Article 5, because Ukraine was divided, because so he really made it not impossible, but very difficult, and nobody discussed that at the end of the day. We accepted, and this is perhaps the main question and the main problem, that we accepted Crimea annexion, and there were voices in France finding that quite normal. It was not, and Donbass as well. That was the main mistake at this time, that we didn't do anything, and we pushed Putin.
Those voices were across the political spectrum, yes, including in the military hierarchy.
Well, not in the military. That was different. We are very friends with Ukraine. We have worked and as partners, so we were really sorry, if I may say so, and I was quite amazed that there was no real reaction after this annexion. That was a brutal intrusion of a main power, nuclear power, into a sovereign country, and so now we are paying this price. A few years later. This is my point. Too late is too late. That was in 2014 that we should have shown muscles. But at this time, NATO was not so strong as today in terms of capability, in terms of solidarity. You know, we were in the decrease, the dividend of peace were there, and we had to resurrect in a certain way, for sure, the Atlantic Alliance as a whole.
Was Donald Trump, and Barack Obama did the same, but was Donald Trump right in badgering NATO members to pay more their dues, to pick up the slack?
In a certain way, he was. That was what I found in 2012 when I joined NATO. That the collective defense needs credibility. The alliance is nothing if it is not military credible, and we had to rebuild the credibility of NATO. But in 2014, we had not the solidarity to face the Russians saying, well, you have gone too far. So now we have the following.
2014, Russia annexes Crimea. 2022, it invades Ukraine as a whole. 10 days ago, the strategic northern Kiev suburb of Irpin looks set to fall. And yet it hasn't happened so far. That was the day France 24 senior correspondent Cyril Payen was pinned down by Russian fire. Let's take a look.
You okay? Yes, man, I'm okay. I'm ready. Good. I'm ready to rumble. Let's ready to rumble.
Where are they? Are they close?
What?
They are close now.
The bastards are striking us. They're trying to destroy our artillery. We're going to answer back. We're going to massacre them.
Are you okay, Legionnaire?
Yes, I'm fine.
It's not very far, right?
That's okay. Did they just destroy the bridge?
No problem.
And you'll be able to see that reported full in Reporters, the France 24 investigative news magazine. Anastasia Shapochkina, what it illustrates, what that clip we saw, is the resilience. These are civilians. For some of them, there's a former French legionnaire who's of Ukrainian nationalities, the guy with the woolly hat. Who's come back. You have this incredible resilience. We thought maybe it would last a couple of days. It's been 1 month.
I think that to understand the resilience of the Ukrainians that we're seeing now, we just have to have a look back at Ukrainian history. And it's very easy to understand. Already, Ukrainian democracy has its roots in the tradition of Ukrainian Cossacks, which were based on the Zaporizhia siege, like Zaporizhia nuclear power plant today. And that was a community of pretty much military men, which ruled by direct democracy, who elect their leader. He does what they want. He's good. If he doesn't, he can get killed. And that was a medieval society which ruled like that. Direct democracy, which pretty much that. Then, as that community was eventually merged, then integrated into the Russian army or crushed by the Russians, the Ukrainian national unity re-emerged later. And we've seen, especially since during the Russian Revolution briefly, but then especially since 1991, and that today we see the courage, especially since 2005, through Ukrainian civil society, and 2014 again through Ukrainian civil society, which showed, as opposed to Russian or Belarusian civil society, that they are ready to die for their freedom, to die on the streets or to die on the battlefield. The big difference, and that what General had underlined before, between the Ukrainian and Russian soldiers today on the ground, is that the Russian soldiers are there to defend and to fight for absolutely nothing, while Ukrainians are there to defend and to fight for the lives of their children, for their own homes, and for their own quarters. To give you an example, one of the most influential people in Ukraine, and Ukraine as being criticized of corrupt country, etc., was a former Minister of Interior, Avakov. Avakov is from Kharkiv. He was fired pretty much together with a bunch of generals by Zelensky when Zelensky assumed power in order to gain political clout and to gain his own, basically, reins on the power. And those same people, that's Avakov's testimony in a recent interview just 2 weeks ago. Those same people, including himself, were called back by Zelensky right now. Those same people he had fired, they all came back. They all answered the call. And Avakov, the person you can say almost an enemy, right, of Zelensky, because he was fired by him. He was put by Zelensky to defend Kyiv. In charge of defending Kyiv itself, Zelensky himself. And why does Zelensky have such confidence in his former adversaries, political adversaries? But because Avakov is from Kharkiv, and he saw his whole neighborhood of 500,000 people destroyed and just being leveled to the ground. That person and those people, now we're not talking about the corruption or whatever was true yesterday, is not true today, because that society today is totally different society. It has nothing to do. Also to underline that some of these Ukrainian soldiers, they are there because they volunteered, they went, they changed their civilian clothing for soldier clothing. Some of them are women. In fact, about 1/5 of them are women. Some of these people, they're fighting in couples. They leave their child, the small children, to their grandmas who then flees the country, and they go to fight together. And I want you to think back to the Spartans, who often, and to the Greeks and to the Greek warriors, who often fought with such a strong army because they often fought together with their lovers. That time it was gay culture. But just to say, and that made that army so resilient, because you are not just fighting for some guy you just met 2 days ago in a bush. You're not fighting because you were sent by a mad dog of Europe to fight with no provision, with no logistics. You're not fighting under the N+1, under the little bosses who do not even evacuate the wounded from the battlefield because they haven't even been given the capacity to evacuate them. You're fighting for your own land and for your own future.
Amazing testimony. At the same time, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Does Russia need to have morale, as General Palomero said? I ask that because they have that air supremacy. They're saying that an estimated 90% of buildings in the besieged port city of Mariupol have either been damaged or destroyed. Is time on Vladimir Putin's side?
Absolutely. And that's a very good point. As World War II experience of the Soviet army, of which Russian army made the vast majority shows, and of course all of the leadership came from Moscow, Russia's men are expendable, and that has always been so throughout the Russian military history, and it remains so today. That's why you cannot draw one single number as to the number of Russian dead, whether it is an Afghan war, the Chechen war #1, #2, or even World War II, for which the victim estimates went from 7 million right after the war to 27 million in the 90s. And they are expendable, hence you can expend as many of them as you please as the rule of Russia. And then, of course, quantity can replace quality for sure. Even if one Ukrainian soldier is worth 5 Russian soldiers, let's say, because of his motivation, or 10, or the weapon, or the resilience, etc. But if there are 100 Russian soldiers in the long run for 1 Ukrainian soldier, that's pretty much, we are in the 300 Spartans scenario. And that, of course, is something that, by looking at the map, you see Russia is sitting literally on top of Ukraine.
When France loses a soldier in Mali, it's front page news. There's a burial ceremony at the National Armory, the Invalides. If the Russians are willing to use what we call cannon fodder, does that give them an undisputable advantage?
Well, a number is an advantage until a certain stage, until it is bearable by the society. Obviously, there is a huge disinformation campaign in Russia. Let's see how far it goes. And I would posit that we will need to do better in communication, offensive communication, if I may say so. We need to reach the Russian with the good message. This is one part of the equation. But I think the mother will see their boy coming back in coffins. And so it could change. If we are able to fight the Russian historic, the Putin language and the Putin resetting history, I think we can help the Ukrainians really to achieve their aim, and providing the weapons they need. Providing now, but not tomorrow, but now.
And there's still more to be done on that, you're saying.
Anti-ship missiles as well. I stressed anti-ship missiles is important because the Russian has not only air superiority, but they're
shelling Mariupol from the Sea of Azov.
They have maritime superiority, but it's quite easy to fight with anti-ship missiles.
Dave Keating, We heard President Biden in his press conference several times asked about another one of those red lines. We all remember it from Syria in 2013, which is if Russia uses chemical weapons. He said, quote, "We would respond. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use," kind of like what General Paloméros was saying earlier, playing his cards close to his chest. Do you feel coming out of today, and again, you weren't in the room, but do you feel as though when it comes to defining its red lines, NATO is there, closer to it?
This is the thing. We don't know if there are red lines behind closed doors that we don't know about, but certainly the leaders are not willing to put their cards on the table right now in terms of what the red lines are. They won't do it for chemical weapons. They won't do it for war crimes. And all of the leaders after today's summits reiterated that line. They won't put a red line down, and I think that President Macron even said specifically red lines are only useful if they act as a deterrent, and he's not sure that that's the current situation right now. What we don't know is if they've agreed among themselves what would be the red line. What would be the red line to turn France or any other country from a kind of observer of the war, assisting Ukraine but not at war with Russia, into a co-belligerent and actually put NATO at war with Russia. We don't know what that red line is, and I'm not sure if the leaders themselves know.
We're going to have to leave it there, unfortunately. Much more to talk about. I want to thank you so much, Dave Keating, covering those triple summits that have been taking place in Brussels and are continuing well into the night. I want to thank as well retired General Jean-Paul Paloméros, Anastasia Shapochkina. Thank you for being with us here in the France 24 debate. Much more coverage of the war in Ukraine on France24.com.
A programme about women who are reshaping our world. We meet those who seek equality, be it in the boardroom or at the village well. The 51% brings you stories from across the globe about the women who are challenging the way we think.
The 51%, presented by Annette Young on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome to Moldova. This family of 5 is safe. They've just escaped the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, under intense Russian attack.
I need to catch my breath.
I was told that the bombing would get even worse in the coming days. So we decided to flee. And the Jewish community helped to organize our journey.
Once in Moldova, this synagogue offers them shelter and helps organize their paperwork for a new life in Israel. Under the country's law of return, Jews across the world have the right to relocate to Israel, but this Jewish family never planned on leaving their home in Ukraine.
I have a cousin from my mother's side somewhere in Israel, but we haven't seen them in 40 years. Let's hope we can find them.
There are tens of thousands of families like them. The Israeli government says it is preparing to welcome its largest influx since the fall of the Soviet Union.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, the campaign on France 24 and France24.com.
This is live from Paris. It's 8 p.m. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson, and these are the headlines. NATO, G7 and European leaders meet in Brussels to discuss Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Biden, who's there, says the West has never been so united. 1 month on, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is showing few signs of progress. Ukrainian forces have been retaking control of territory around the capital, Kyiv. Plus, we have all the latest from the campaign trail ahead of the French presidential election. Round 2 of the vote is exactly 1 month today. Good evening. We begin in Brussels, where there has been an unprecedented series of summits. Today, amongst them, NATO, G7 and European leaders have been gathering. Well, this is in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has now entered its second month. The Western leaders gathered in Brussels agreed to strengthen their forces in Eastern Europe, increase military aid to Ukraine and tighten sanctions on Russia. Well, leaders also announced new humanitarian aid, plus promises to take in refugees. Well, this is President Joe Biden's first trip outside the US since the war began. And speaking there in Brussels, he said that President Vladimir Putin's attempt to divide the West had failed.
Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7.
President Biden speaking there in Brussels. Well, following on from the NATO and G7 leaders summit, the French President Emmanuel Macron said that the Western powers are ready to ramp up sanctions against Russia if necessary. But he stressed the need to avoid an escalation of the conflict.
The position of Allied forces hasn't changed. We will continue to provide legal and defensive weapons, and to do so in the most efficient way possible, without crossing the red line that would make us co-belligerent. Another point we stressed during the summit is the necessity